So we'll commence the hearing for Plan Change 1 of the Dunedin City Council, and at this stage we're hearing heritage items. And just some introductions from the panel. My name's Rob van Voorthausen. I'm an Independent Hearings Commissioner based in Napier in the Hawke's Bay, and I'll just ask the other panel members to introduce themselves to you.
Kia ora, I'm Sophie Barker, a City Councillor for 5 years and a qualified RMA Commissioner.
Kia ora, I'm Jim O'Malley, City Councillor, and Chair of Infrastructure Committee and Chair of Hearings Committee.
And if we could just have the officers present introduce themselves to us, please.
Kia ora, I'm Peter Rawson. I was the report writer for the Section 42A and also the writer of the panel minutes number 3.
I'm Emma Christmas, Team Leader Planning.
Kia ora, Mark Maudsley, Team Leader Advisory Services. I've been involved with writing the heritage evidence and also the heritage assessments.
Kia ora, Heather Bockup, the Heritage Advisor. I've been involved in writing the evidence and the heritage assessments.
All right, thank you very much. Just before we proceed with our schedule, which has been pre-circulated, I'd just like to take the opportunity to assure all of the hearing participants that all of the panel members are experienced hearing commissioners, and we are all well aware of our obligation to listen to all submissions with an open mind. We take that obligation very seriously. Our decisions will be based on the evidence presented, be it expert evidence or the evidence given by individuals, which we in the business call layperson evidence. In that regard, it's important to note that the evidence provided by the City Council Section 42A report authors and their advisors carries no more weight than the evidence provided by submitters. In other words, there should be no presumption in favour of the Council's evidence and recommendations to us, and no one should assume otherwise. We look forward to hearing the evidence of all of the submitters. We have read all of the pre-circulated evidence, so that does not need to be read out loud to us. However, when submitters appear, we will invite you and your experts who have pre-circulated written evidence to briefly highlight any key points for us that you wish to make before we proceed to questions. Any other members of the panel like to make opening statements at this stage?
I'm the Chair of the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Committee, which oversees, decides and recommends to Council on planning and heritage matters. I'm also the Chair of the Heritage Fund, which decides the awarding of heritage grants. I was on the Heritage Advisory Group as one of 3 councillors in community advising on the Heritage Action Plan around the heritage environment and the issues. As a qualified RMA Commissioner, I bring an open mind and no preconceptions to the hearings to consider the submissions and during the decision-making process. I'm eager to hear expert advice and weigh up the evidence when I am presented with information during the process.
Thank you, Commissioner Barker. Mr O'Malley, anything at this stage?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just that as my role of Chair of the Hearings Committee, it's my responsibility to pick the Hearings Committee, and then that then goes to Council for ratification, and that was ratified at a Council meeting.
Right, well, thank you very much for that. So at this stage of the hearing now, we'll just hear from the officers in terms of any introductions or preliminary issues that you wish to raise with us.
Thank you. I'll just give a brief overview of Plan Change 1. So Plan Change 1 responds to issues identified through implementation of the TGP, which includes feedback from plan users and monitoring of plan effectiveness. The changes were designed to ensure that TGP more effectively and efficiently achieves its objectives. So the proposed changes include the addition of 146 more heritage buildings in the TGP, which is the subject of this hearing today. And that's under change SHB 3 to Plan Change 1. A protection of over 224,000 hectares of public land with significant biodiversity values and 12 more significant trees. Changes to provide a more enabling rule framework for health activities, as well as a number of other more minor changes. So, like I said, this is the first hearing on heritage buildings. The Heritage 642A is to assist the hearing panel in making recommendations. In many cases, I made recommendations to the hearing panel on whether the submissions should be supported or not. In other cases, I have made no recommendation because I think the issues are finely balanced, or more information is needed. I think that is generally all I want to say at this stage. Oh, we've also had economic evidence. There's been no specific evidence on that. So Mr. Greg Akehurst, who did the economic evidence, is not here at present, but he's available if need be. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else from the officers team wish to say anything at this stage? No? All right, well, thank you very much for that introduction. And yeah, I did appreciate the economic evidence by Mr. Akehurst. I've come across him before in other hearings, so he's well known to me in terms of his skills and capability. All right, so our first submitter this morning is Craig Smith. Yeah, so if you're a submitter, just come up to the end there and we'll have someone friendly show you how the mics work.
It's on. If anybody else speaks. Can turn on that, yeah.
Okay, so that's going now.
That's going.
God, I'm not an expert in these things.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you for making the time for me to speak, and thanks to Jenny, a bit of toing and froing, and she somehow managed to jam me in, which is really appreciated. So you've read the heritage assessment for 24 Melrose Street, and I take it you have. I'm speaking to the group deciding this. You've done a site visit.
Yeah, just in terms of that, we were scheduled to do a site visit prior to the hearing, but I came down with a horrible Dunedin bug and had to fly home to Napier. So we were doing a site visit tomorrow afternoon instead of a number of the buildings that have been recommended for scheduling and that are contested by submitters. We'll be viewing all of those tomorrow afternoon.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, my microphone overrides yours, so you need to push your button again. There we go.
Right, we were good. Yeah. Apologies, I've done this assuming that had been done. So I'll just sail on. So with that,
Sorry, I can put a photo of the building up on the screen if that's useful. Would that be useful?
sure. G'day. I'll carry on anyway.
Yep.
Look, I realise time is short. Now, so on a site visit you will see or will have seen it is in a low foot and vehicle traffic area, and the building is not visible from the wider Dunedin area. And this is due in part to the loss of grounds and extensive infill building permitted over time. And going from there to the Section 42A report, which we're working off. So I do challenge a few things in that report. And now looking at the criteria for the protection of the building, or I shouldn't say protection, the inclusion into the schedule, it runs through, the RMA itself has quite a number of criteria there, and it must meet one or more of those. And I noticed in the report you've broken that down, reducted it down into I think 4 areas. But I'll go back to the actual RMA, and it says in there archaeological, and it doesn't tick that box. Architectural, now there's a possibility there, and I'll come back to that. Cultural? No. Historic? There's a potential there. Scientific? No. Social? No. Spiritual, technological and traditional? No. And so to go back to the architectural one, you look at section 6F of the RMA, matters of national importance. Now the architectural, it must have characteristics reflecting significant development in this country's architecture. And it's so national importance. And so the justification for inclusion in the report we're working off is it references Mason and Wales, well-known architects. Now neither of these gentlemen designed, they never lifted a pen or a pencil on this design. They were deceased at the time, but their firm did do it. And also the Mason and Wales summary that is given as evidence in the report does not mention 24 Melrose Street as a significant building. And also I note there's no supporting evidence for Mason and Wales on the significance of the building. Also, the brick has been painted, multi-pane windows have been removed. There's a large ironclad addition added in the late 80s or early 90s as far as I can tell. And extensive subdivision of the grounds in the 1970s, which was permitted at the time, has removed the character of the property which made it unique. So it had large grounds and it was quite a grand property. If you go there now, the tarmac and gravel is pushed right up to the doorways. The fence is jammed up against the house. There's historic, beautiful stone steps that are gone. If I climb up on the top of the fence, I can look down to the neighbour's place and see that beautiful entranceway is gone. And this is all done with council permission. So that ship has sailed. And also in the report, so in my view, the architectural thing has not been sufficiently demonstrated to be included. The historical, now again, the report has reduced some of those RMA requirements to two there. They've got historic and social in one area. Now the place is supposed to contribute to a significant aspect, the place is supposed to contribute to the understanding of a significant aspect of New Zealand history. And has characteristics making it particularly useful for enhancing the understanding of this aspect of history. So it's a pretty high bar in my view. So now to look at the evidence presented, or the references presented, look, I spent some time on this, and the reference material supplied from Victoria University Research, and you put down, pages 336 to 343. Unfortunately, I had to read right through to page 343 to find the only mention of Thomas Glendinning. He was mentioned once at the end of page 343. All the evidence refers to Robert Glendinning. Robert was the mover and the shaker and got stuff done, not Thomas. His family were not active. So his brother Robert built the business, and Thomas was made a director at one stage, not originally. That's all I could find on him. Harry does have the same last name as the guy that did everything. And I might add, my name is Smith. Doesn't make me play rugby like Ben or Aaron. So I think it's quite a stretch there. And it also notes that Thomas did not take an active part in civil life. So he was not a notable character. So, and I note that the costs and benefits of scheduling the building are finely balanced. And I would submit that the case has not been demonstrated in the report on either the architectural or the historic social side of things. Both of them are quite a stretch, and it has not been adequately demonstrated. On the other side, and also I might add, I know you've read it previously, but I would like to impress upon people that not one Dunedin ratepayer, member of the public, has nominated the building for protection, not one. The only people that nominated it were the Southern Heritage Trust. So there's not a outpouring of demand from Dunedin ratepayers. And now, so the benefits are questionable. Now, the costs associated with impacts to private property rights, they're outlined in the report, but some of the more obvious ones to me are a reduction in value of the property, and that is acknowledged, and that reduction is significant. The insurance, now there was some phone calls made or contact made to insurance agents, and they note that the insurance, while at the moment they can be covered, the insurance companies in most cases will not pay out any extra for heritage requirements. Also, insurance is changing quite fast, and a major issue is, if a building is on its schedule, is getting a valuation, which is not a cheap process. It's between $1,500 and $2,000 for a valuation to give to the insurance agents, and that may be required every year when you renew your insurance. Compliance, requirement to get resource consents, that is an additional cost, and not only time but money. I realise some things they are not charged for, but many things are. And I note also the council did include in the report that in the pipeline there are potential cost reductions coming. However, you can't have it both ways. At the moment it isn't, and you can't say that and say you're ignoring the RMA stuff coming down the pipeline as well. So that's the compliance side of things. And also, as like, we're not wealthy people, we're just Dunedin ratepayers. We've got a long family history in Dunedin. It's, as you know, there's a very human cost to it, and it's our loss of quiet enjoyment of our personal asset, and that's really what bugs us the most. We're doing very well, thank you very much, without any help under the current regulations. So. So yes, sorry about the slightly jumbled presentation, but that's it for me. Is there any questions that?
No, look, that's very. You don't need to apologise at all. That was a very good presentation. I'll see if we have any questions for you, Jim.
Thanks, Mr. Smith. I note, and it's quite a recurring theme on a lot of the written submissions, the cost of consenting, and that if, especially, let's say, additions and other such things will have quite a significant consenting cost to them. Is that one of your major concerns? No, it's not. It's not a major concern, but it does add a little bit of weight on the other side of the ledger. And my main points are it has not been proven significantly through the research given on that Section 42 report on those criteria. It seems to me that the criteria is being stretched to fit the building. Just go to that answer. That I asked the question around that answer. Oh, sorry.
No, it's not. It's not a major point for us.
Your major point really was the criteria of selection, that Thomas is not actually Robert, and that the Mason and Wells building was built by the firm. But you would argue that that doesn't necessarily meet the threshold. Is that your?
Well, looking at the RMA, I don't believe it does. We'll go back to the actual criteria of the RMA, which is what we're going off, right? Yeah. So this place has got to contribute to the understanding of a significant aspect of New Zealand history and its characteristics, making it particularly useful for enhancing the understanding of that aspect of history. I don't see it. And also, I have been given a note from Mason and Wales saying they agree with me. So there's that. So there's that side. Yeah, so the architectural side hasn't been proven, and the social or historic notable family thing hasn't been proven. Oh, and the other thing, sorry, in the references given, listed at the bottom, so one thing is the Victoria University research, which doesn't show it. And one of the other materials supplied, curiously, was the blurb from a real estate agent. I find that curious research, and the real estate agent said it was built for a notable Dunedin family, but I don't think that's any type of research that I would give any credibility to whatsoever, and I was a bit disappointed to see it there.
Yeah. All right, Sophie, any questions, clarification?
Oh, I just have a question around, you said that you got a note from Mason and Wales that they agree with you. Are you submitting that as evidence? I just meant if there was a physical note, would that come in as evidence?
I won't get into that, but look, I have been given a note by Mason and Wales. So that adds considerable weight to the architectural side given.
All right, so we'll just record that current representatives of Mason and Wells agree with Mr. Smith's comments on the architectural values of the house. Okay, any other questions? Mr. Smith, just a couple of basic questions from me. So how long just remind me, how long have you been the owner of the place?
Since 2021.
Yeah.
And when we did, look, I wasn't going to go into stuff outside of scope, but when we did purchase it, I did meet with DCC planners. And look, I've worked with the DCC before and I've found it really good and an easy process. I met with the planners, I just did a walk-in, and the comment was that I asked about the building, and the comment was that the historic places have no interest in a building that was post-1900, except in exceptional circumstances.
Right.
And so, we didn't just buy it blindly. That was significant to us,
right? Because
we're quite proud of our property rights.
Yeah. And just in terms of your future aspirations for the building, do you intend to carry on owning it for some time, and do you have any major plans in terms of alterations or anything like that?
Not with alterations. Look, we did have the property listed. Again, I don't want to go sideways too far. We bought the property with the intention of moving here with one of our daughters for education. That hasn't eventuated. We may hang on to it and move here. We may not, but I don't know if that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's really just by way of background information for me as a person who lives in Napier, not Dunedin.
Yeah. Look, what we've done, I guess, since we opened the door a little bit, we have done quite extensive repairs. I also visited the planner to look at some roof work.
Yeah.
And we had the option of replacing the tile roof with iron, which would have been much easier, trust me. However, we stuck with it and replaced sourced and used the Marseille tiles, and we spent in the high 70s, nearly $80,000 doing that, off our own bat with no help, thank you very much. So.
All right, well, thank you, Ms Smith. Thank you very much for coming in and presenting to us this morning. We appreciate it. Next submitter on my list is Stephen Christiansen, who's not here.
Thank you.
All right, we're running a bit early. What about Kurt Bowen from Fire and Emergency New Zealand?
Yeah.
Are you happy to go now?
Yeah,
No? All rightio. So what we'll do now is we'll just take a little adjournment. Yeah, I did. See, you've tabled some written information. Are you happy just to proceed and read that to us? And
I
then
am.
We'll see if we have any questions for you after that.
Thank you very much.
No, that's great.
Good morning, Chairman. Morning, councillors. I have provided a written submission, which I assume that you've read.
Yes.
And you've probably also seen the report, the heritage report, and the comments in relation to my property that are included in the 42A report.
Yes, we've read everything that's been pre-circulated.
Great.
We've read.
Thank you. So I'll just take you through my extra written material, and then if you've got any questions, I'd be happy to have a go at answering them.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My wife and I, as trustees of our family trust, own the residential property at 421 Highgate in Dunedin. We've owned the property for about 20 years. It's our family home. In that time, we've raised our family of 3 children. Our children are all now married and have moved on. The house is a large family home. It's larger than my wife and I now need, and we're looking to downsize as we head towards semi-retirement in the next few years, hopefully. The house is our largest asset. Our desire is to be able to downsize and to have sufficient money from the sale of the house to support our children as they look to buy houses that suit their needs with growing families. We oppose our house being added to the list of protected heritage buildings. We do not consent to the addition. Listing in the district plan would impose an unreasonable private cost on us when we sell. Council's evidence is that by including a property in the district plan list of heritage properties, its market value may decrease by something like 13%. That is a significant cost to owners of listed properties, and one which has been entirely omitted from the analysis of costs in Appendix C of the Section 42A report. As owners of the property, we derive no benefit from the proposed listing in the district plan. Any benefit obtained from the listing is a modest potential public benefit associated with members of the public being able to continue to look at the house from the street. For that benefit to be realised, we or a future owner would have to want to demolish the house and be prevented from doing so because of the need to apply for and be granted a resource consent for a non-complying activity. So in other words, Mr Chair, the listing is speculative. It's speculating that at some point in the future someone might want to do something with the property and the district plan would seek to prevent that or make that difficult. So it's a potential benefit. Aside from the visual aspect of street appeal, the other claimed reasons for listing our house provide a poor justification and can be addressed via a requirement that details of the heritage aspects of the house are properly recorded before they are removed. If Council thinks that public benefit of listing our home is worthwhile, it must agree to top up any future bona fide third-party offer to purchase such that as owners we are not penalised. This approach is used in other contexts, and in the present context, if Council perceives there is a public benefit worth securing, it should be publicly funded. Council continuing to push on with the listing of private homes on the heritage schedule in the face of opposition from owners who are concerned about the financial implications is poor, especially in light of the government's signal that the law is going to change. The objective heritage values of our home have not changed in the 20 years that we have owned and looked after it. The proposed listing, without any accompanying compensation arrangement, is effectively a penalty being imposed on us as Council's thank you for us looking after the property at our cost over that time. It leaves a bitter taste. Council's consultation in relation to the proposed listing of additional properties has been poor. I acknowledge what is recorded in paragraphs 112 to 116 of the Section 42A report. But what Council should have done was communicate to building owners that listing was likely to impact the value of their property and to obtain the owner's agreement before proceeding. So those are my overall comments. I have a couple of specific comments to amplify on a couple of points.
Yep.
So recording heritage values rather than preventing their removal. I submit that the plan could require heritage information to be recorded before it is lost, rather than preventing its removal. In response to this point, the Section 42A report says simply recording features before they are removed or altered is inappropriate, as whilst there would be a record of what is lost, the heritage values of the elements removed, and therefore the building as a whole, are permanently lost. I say the approach I have recommended is entirely appropriate and makes more sense in relation to heritage values such as design and technological scientific than simply requiring a heritage item to be retained. While retention works if the heritage value is simply associated with visual appearance and appreciation, where the value is hidden in the form of, for example, interesting construction methods, as is the case with our home, simply requiring retention does not do anything for knowledge and appreciation of that heritage value. An analogy is the heritage value of underground mine workings. They are inaccessible and essentially unknowable other than via new and usually destructive earthworks. Where workings like this are registered as archaeological sites, in my experience, Heritage New Zealand will authorise destruction, but will require the heritage or archaeological features to be properly recorded so that the heritage values of the site or feature become better known and understood. The other point I'd like to address is loss of value and top-up. At paragraph 119, the section 42A report says, the benefits of the protection of heritage places are to the wider public through contributing to the sense of place and specialness of Dunedin, including for some heritage items a contribution to Dunedin's amenity values and to Dunedin's economy, including through increased tourism revenue. These benefits, particularly those relating to economics, are discussed in the ME report. Individual buildings will each make a different individual contribution to these benefits. Those that are most visible, such as landmark buildings, for example the Lookout Point Fire Station, and those in high traffic, including pedestrian areas such as the former Dunedin Hospital admin building, will arguably contribute more than less obvious buildings and structures which may have primarily local or neighbourhood benefits, for example houses in residential areas. While acknowledging that the benefits of listing vary depending on the nature and location of a building, the listing does not differentiate, and all buildings are treated the same. That's unfair for private homes like ours, where on the Council's own evidence, the public benefits are less than is the case for major public or landmark buildings. If Council really does think that listing our home without our consent and in the face of our opposition is in the public interest, then at the very least, Council should ensure we do not suffer a loss of value when we look to sell. I am familiar with another context where the market may perceive that a planning permission or restriction adversely impacts the value of residential property. At the Martha Mine in Waihi, the mine operator runs a top-up program in relation to residential properties close to areas where mining is authorised. When an affected property is sold at arm's length, the mine operator will offer to top up the amount of a bona fide offer to purchase so that the vendor receives the amount they would have received had the market value of their property not been reduced because of actual or potential mining activity nearby. I also note that where works are to be undertaken under the Public Works Act, compensation for injurious affection is available for land whose value is impacted by the proposed work but is not physically required for the work. If we can be assured that we will not be penalised when we come to sell in the next few years, we would not oppose the listing. After all, Council acknowledges that listing provides a public benefit, so why should the cost of that be borne by private ratepayers?
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. That's very clear. I'll see if we have any questions for you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I just have a question around, you've obviously done a lot of work on the building since you've owned it over the 20 years. Had you ever applied to or talked to the heritage planners about I'll have to push a bit, about getting some help through the Heritage Fund?
No, because the property's not listed, and we weren't aware of the existence of the fund in any event.
Okay.
Jim?
Sorry. Does the Heritage Fund apply to any house, regardless of whether or not it's recognised in the district plan?
We have given grants to buildings that aren't recognised in the district plan. So there's basically a hierarchy of, your category ones would sort of come up the top. So they are assigned points and how much work they need. Because I just noticed you appear to have a slate roof, is it? Yes. So we replace like with like on things like that. So the buildings are prioritised around that. So obviously perhaps we need to do more work on promoting the Heritage Fund. So it's not just for listed buildings. It's a bit of a misunderstanding. Sorry, that wasn't a question.
No. So, Mr. Christensen, you now need to push your button, because when they push their buttons, it overrides your one.
Yeah.
Yep. So, any other questions? Jim?
Just specifically, I'm just making sure we've got your presentation correct. Your primary issue is that you there is evidence in the 42A report that listing will potentially has to reduce the value of a house by up to 13 to 15%. That is your primary objection, and what you would look for is the council have some sort of compensatory mechanism if they were to go ahead.
Yes, that's my primary. That's my primary concern. I also consider that I'm not a heritage expert, but when you read the report, the justification for the listing appears weak to me, and appears to be based on the idea that, well, there are other sort of similar properties that have been listed. It wasn't listed when we bought it 20 years ago. Its value has not its heritage values have not changed, and I find that unfair.
All right, Mr. Christensen, I don't have any questions of clarification for you, only because your written statement is very clearly put, so well done on that. But just for your information, I'm familiar with the Martha Mine and Waihi issue that you raised. I was a hearing commissioner on certain elements of that project a few
I know,
years
because
ago.
I appeared before you, sir.
Do you know? I don't remember that, but that's good. All right, so thanks for coming in, Mr. Christensen.
Thank you.
Do you need to have a hole punch? We'll get one later. Yep, coming up. So good morning and welcome. Just to let you know that pre-circulated material, we have read it, so you don't need to read that out loud to us, but you're very welcome to speak to that. Highlight any key points you wish to make, and then we'll see if we have questions for you. Other than that, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the panel members for this opportunity to come along. I'm Kurt Bowen with Patterson's. I'm a planner. With me is Stephen Hill, the South Island Property Manager for Fire and Emergency. Thank you for pre-reading the circulated material. I won't go through the whole thing, but I will make a few important notes on that, and then we'd be very happy to take some questions, and Stephen may offer a few of his thoughts too, relating to the Lookout Point Fire Station. Fire and Emergency has opposed the proposal to put a heritage protection over the Lookout Point Fire Station, seeking rejection of the protected building status as proposed under PC1. The significant reason for that is that Fire Emergency is subject to a number of legal requirements to provide a high standard emergency response capability, and to meet these requirements, Fire and Emergency needs to be able to upgrade its facilities, including its fire station buildings, to enable the service to remain fit for purpose. Over the last several years, Fire and Emergency has recognised the need to upgrade the facility at 182 to 184 Mornington Road, and has embarked on a significant amount of investigation and design work to determine the most appropriate form of this upgrade. It does seem likely at this point in time that the most suitable form of upgrade to provide the service you need to provide to the community will involve demolishing the building and replacing it with a modern new. Fire and Emergency's main function: prevention, response, suppression services, rendering safe hazardous substance, rescuing people that are trapped as a result of transport accidents and other incidents, and providing urban search and rescue operations. To comply with these functions and ensure it has capability and capacity to assist with additional matters, Fire and Emergency must have fit-for-purpose assets in the right locations. Lookout Point Fire Station houses a pump rescue tender appliance which enables a full response service for a variety of emergencies in the local area and beyond. These include fires, medical emergencies, motor vehicle accidents, search and rescue, and civil defence and natural disaster responses. However, the station requires significant upgrades to ensure that it remains operationally functional and in a condition that enables Fire and Emergency to continue to respond to emergencies, serve the local community, and administer its statutory functions. Designating the building with a heritage status will limit what upgrades can be undertaken and could ultimately result in Lookout Point Fire Station becoming a redundant asset. Furthermore, if required upgrades cannot be completed, the station may need to be relocated, which would impact response times. Fire Emergency has real concerns that designating the station with a heritage status would significantly interfere with its ability to effectively administer its statutory functions and provide life-saving services to the local and wider communities that the station supports. You will have seen in the information circulated that the building is clearly earthquake prone, significantly below the standard that it needs to be under the standards that Fire Emergency set for emergency buildings. It has been known to be earthquake prone for a number of years. DCC are aware that it's earthquake prone, and in fact prior to that Fire Emergency have undertaken their own earthquake review, and that review, which you've got a copy of, has said that a number of the building walls need to be significantly strengthened by replacing them with new concrete walls, the removal of brick chimneys, there's internal bracing and upgrades, and there's an alternative removal of those structures as a potential remedy to the earthquake-prone issues. The extent of the required earthquake strengthening works is significant, and it's expected to be costly. For context, Fire Emergency has close to 150 earthquake-prone buildings in its portfolio through the country, and that requires some careful planning and strategic upgrading over time, which is why this particular station hasn't been upgraded yet. It is on the books for an upgrade though. You will see the design plans that were sent around. That is one option that Fire Emergency has been looking at. Not the only option, but it's a good option that demonstrates the type of replacement station that Fire Emergency is considering. That particular option involves complete removal of all of the buildings from the site and replacement with a brand new station. The location at Lookout Point is ideal for Fire Emergency's response times. You can imagine, I'm sure, that some quite careful site selection is required for emergency stations to ensure that response times to various accidents in different parts of the cities can be suitably achieved. So it's certainly Fence's preference to upgrade the station on this site and continue operating from this particular site. So the obvious benefits of having a new facility include all of the infrastructure necessary for Fire and Emergency to operate a modern station with large appliance bays, resource garages, housing for housing and maintaining the PRT appliances, operation and training areas, accommodation for staff that are stationed on site, and kitchen and meeting rooms. This option, or the replacement option, will provide a fully functional emergency response station that will enable Fire and Emergency to provide a high level of service to the community while also supporting the wider needs of the city. It's important to note that if retention of the existing building envelope was to become necessary, as intended by the PC1 heritage protection, it would not be possible for Fire and Emergency to realise the service improvements that could be gained through a comprehensive renovation of the facility. Regarding possible relocation of the facility, it's important, and I'm sure it's not lost on the panel, that in the modern environment that we work in, planning environment, relocating an activity like a fire station to another nearby site within a residential zone is far from an easy task. There will be all sorts of consenting hurdles and environmental issues around noise, traffic, those sorts of things. that will be particularly tricky to navigate, and is proving so on a number of consents that you're all well aware of in recent times. It's certainly not a journey that Fire and Emergency would like to embark on, but it may be one that they're forced to embark on if the heritage protection is put in place over this particular building. To do so would, sorry, I'll continue. It also involves land acquisition issues, which can take a significant period of time to resolve. Just looking a little bit more closely at the heritage values that have been identified by Council, it's the, and I'll say this quite carefully, it's the unqualified position of Fire and Emergency that the building does not possess the heritage values that have been conveyed in Council's heritage report. Now, the reason I say unqualified is that Fire and Emergency has not had a heritage assessment undertaken. It's more of a view that Fire and Emergency hold. Council's heritage assessment has identified two areas of value. There's a design, or there's a social, historical social value and a design value. As I've indicated in the circulated information, the social value seems to hinge on the fact that it's a fire station and was built for the purpose of being a fire station, in the 50s, I think it was the 50s. It's FENS's very strong view that their buildings should not be identified as having a heritage value simply because they were built for the purpose of the fire brigade at some point previously. I'm sure the panel can appreciate the implications that such a decision could have on the many fire stations that Fire and Emergency have through the country. Fire and Emergency simply can't be put in a position that by building a fire station that inherently makes that structure a heritage structure. It would be impossible, as you can imagine, to plan on renovations and replacement buildings were that to be the case. Regarding the design values, the Council's Heritage Assessment notes that the station has architectural significance as a modern style design by prominent Dunedin architectural practice Mandino, Fraser and Galbraith. Fire and Emergency is not disputing that. However, Fire and Emergency considers that the values attached to the design of the station are not sufficient to outweigh the need for the property to be renovated and best serve the functional requirements of the organisation. There are other examples of the Mandino, Fraser and Galbraith architecture within the city. So should the decision be made to demolish and rebuild the station here, this design style will not be lost. In particular, the Central Fire Station is already protected as a Category 2 historic place. One question that the Fire and Emergency have, and this may be something that can be answered by the staff here today, is it was interesting to note that the fire station building at 50 City Road in Roslyn has not been suggested to be protected under PC1. That's now owned in private ownership, so it's no longer with Fire and Emergency. But by all accounts, it appears to be in a very similar condition, and it's certainly the same design style and architecture. We don't know why there's no suggestion that should be protected, while the one at Lookout Point, the station at Lookout Point, should be protected. That just seems a little bit inconsistent to Fire and Emergency. So overall, Fire and Emergency does not agree with the heritage assessment undertaken by the Council. Fire and Emergency does recognise that the station provides a community amenity value. It is a fire station serving a unique purpose, and it is on a fairly prominent site in the city. That, in our view, gives it a community amenity value, not necessarily a heritage value. Fire and Emergency is of the opinion that the site does not, or the community amenity value does not extend to becoming a significant heritage value. The last thing in our submission relates to the certificate of compliance. Fire and Emergency did obtain a certificate of compliance a number of months ago, end of last year, to enable the demolition of the buildings on the site. That was sought in response to the PC1 notification, and now provides Fire and Emergency a 5-year period at which the buildings can be demolished, regardless of the decision made with PC1. Now, if that was to lapse and the buildings were still there, any protection would then certainly kick in and apply. What Fire and Emergency don't want to necessarily have to do is have to rush a demolition at the end of that 5-year period, simply because the PC1 heritage protection is about to come into full effect, or simply because the authorisation that they have to date is about to lapse. A much better outcome, we feel, is for the protection not to be applied to this site, leaving Fire and Emergency full flexibility to decide on the best use of the land and the property for their purposes. And there is a potential possibility that Fire and Emergency may not choose to demolish the building. They may choose to do something different with it, and in that event, potentially the building could be retained. But Fire and Emergency need to have absolute flexibility to operate their life-saving emergency services without being confined to working around the protection on the shell of the building that's there that is not fit for purpose anymore. And that really concludes what I was going to say. Stephen, would you like to add anything?
I could probably add that, like, we've been looking at this site and what we want to do with the site for a number of years. We've looked up the road further where Nash and Ross, some people here will be familiar with that, where Nash and Ross contractors were, and it wasn't suitable. We were working with the Minister of Education re the Carlton Hill school site for 3 years, and in the end they chose to repurpose that in terms of use the school buildings there rather than us acquire them through the PWA. So we have looked at a number of options for the site, and as recently as last year we repurchased the flats on the northern side of the current fire station, which were owned by us originally, sold. We've repurchased them so we can develop the site into a fit for purpose modern fire station, because this location is an optimal location for us in terms of response. When we say PRT, it's a pump rescue tender. It's one of its primary roles is to attend motor vehicle accidents, and where it's situated, we have drive time, 30-minute drive time sort of requirements to get a pump rescue tender to an MVA. So this station supports Brighton down Torrey-Mouth, down through to Waihola, through Mosgiel, Outram and up into Middlemarch. So it covers a significant part of the country in terms of square metre, in terms of square kilometres. That's about it really. We just don't want to be restricted in terms of our options with the site and what we can do moving forward. The current building, with the EPB notice and further work that we've done since that seismic DSA was completed, the annexes on the north side of the building are pretty much unstrengthenable. So if we were to retain the building in any form, they'd have to be demolished demolished and replaced as sort of the starting point. We've had a couple of different views from structural engineers, and basically they've all come up with the fact that they're not really strengthenable to get them up to over 67% NBSIL4. So the current building has got a lot of real challenges for us to retain it in its current form. That's about it, probably.
All right, thank you very much for that. I'll see if we have questions for you. Jim, any questions?
Yeah, the question is effectively the protection deals with the outside envelope of the building primarily. My question is, you said large fire appliances. Are the doors the right size?
The current appliance that's up there is a P series Scania, and it just fits in under, you know, like for height. The travel height of our newer vehicles is getting higher. The latest Type 3 Scania that's been imported from England has a higher travel height than the one that's there. I haven't done the homework to see if it will sneak in or not, but currently they just snuck it. They just sneak in. And in fact, we're going through a similar problem at Dunedin City Station at the moment in terms of the new aerial coming to Dunedin. The one that we've got's been in service since 1998, and the new aerial, the cabin chassis and the boom is in Fraser Fire in Wellington. It's due here later in the year, and we're struggling to get it into the current Dunedin City Fire Station appliance space. So because it's got a Category 2 historic place, built in 1931, we've been dealing with DCC Heritage and Historic Places Trust to raise the two middle doors to take the wee glass panels out above to get some more height. We're about 200 mil too low for the new aerial. So that's cost us a lot of money to get to the point where we've got resource consent to do it, and all the consultation regarding that. So there's a lot of work we've had to do to get the building to work for us and the current usage as a fire station. So the appliance bay at lookout point currently just takes the type of truck that we've got there. I think the opening is about 3.5 high. Our standard opening on anything new that we do is 4 metres by 4 metres. And we're restricted by the concrete beams in the appliance bay. So to change that, it'd be a huge job. And we would like to have the option to have two vehicles at this location in terms of two fire appliances. So in our design guide, that would be two 12 metre by 6 metre appliance bays with 4 metre by 4 metre doors at the front and rear.
I'm just looking at that photo and I'm trying to think, the flats I assume is what's behind the wooden fence?
That arrow key, who's got the,
the flats are on the
right.
right hand side.
The flats are the right. Yep, they're not included in the in your
the heritage protection proposal.
The proposal, they're not.
I understand that. You know, my question goes to
the annexes are the ones that are closest to the flats.
Yep.
They've got the ridges. So there's two annexes. One at the front was built as apartments, and the other one at the back was built as accommodation for the fire station. And currently we use the ground floor as the mess and the recreation room where the guys hang out while they're waiting to go somewhere.
My question then is that you said that FENZ has bought the flats for potential development in that area.
That drawing that you've got, that option involves demolishing the flats and the fire station to have the new facility on that land.
Yeah. And there's no opportunity to keep any of the architectural components of the original fire station in that new.
Not that we can see right at the minute, no.
I had the plans for the new one open and unfortunately it's crashed. So I just want to ask some questions. So is currently there just one vehicle? And when I looked at the...
One career crew there with a 4-man 24/7 crew. We want to have the option to have two appliances there with 8 career staff.
So the plan I thought I looked at, it looked like, was there space for 4 appliances? It looked like there were 4.
Yeah. There's two main bays with the appliances that are ready to go. Will be able to exit the site to an emergency, and then there's a larger garage with up to 4 bays for servicing and maintenance. That's that one there. Yeah. So that would be just where mechanical maintenance is undertaken on the vehicles.
Or we could put what was the DCC rural people there, the Waikari team there.
Yeah, I just wanted to...
We moment, we haven't landed on which option's going to suit the network.
So my next question is, when I was looking at those plans, did it have a car park where the current building on the corner is?
Yes.
Just because there was in the concept buildings, obviously it crashed, but it had quite a big space. Because you're having issues down in the centre city, was this being considered as quite an important location for for servicing areas like growing areas like Mosgiel? Was that part of the thought process of city growth?
The fire appliance from Lookout Point is the support vehicle. We have what we call PDA. So if we have a structure fire in Mosgiel right now, on the PDA will be the Mosgiel appliance and the Lookout Point appliance. Yep. So that Lookout Point appliance not only has its own, it has its first response area, which is they're the first ones to go to it. It also backs up as a second appliance, third appliance, whatever, into a whole lot of other areas like Brighton, Torrymouth, Wahola, Outram, Mosgiel, and as far as Middlemarch. But it comes back this way as well. Like if we have a motor vehicle in the one way right now and we have two entrapments, that'll be the pump rescue tender from Lookout Point and Willowbank that go to it. Yep. So they go both ways. They come into town and they go the other way. Yep. We work on drive time, so we have our stations in optimal locations. Okay, so there's a network plan just being finalised for Dunedin, and I can tell you this is the #1 optimal location for a fire station.
Any more questions? Well, thank you, gentlemen, very much for coming in this morning and making your presentations to us. It's very interesting. Normally, in terms of heritage issues, you're looking at a trade-off between public benefit and private costs, but in this case, we have two elements of public benefit to consider. The benefit to the public of having a fully serviceable fire station, as you've carefully explained to us, versus the public benefit of retaining a heritage building. So this is an interesting case for us to consider, but your points are well made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And so It's a little bit before 11 a.m., but we'll resume the hearing, and at this stage we're hearing from John Aitken. Mr. Aitken, you're online. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, so thank you very much for coming in this morning, and we look forward to the points that you wish to make to us. We've received your PowerPoint presentation, and we've read through that, but you're very welcome to go through that and speak to it, or you can just highlight key points for us. Up to you.
Yeah, no problem at all. Let me know if you can see the screen and whether that's presenting properly.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think the bottom of it might have been cut off a bit, but we have it on our laptops, so we can look at it on our laptops while you turn over the pages on that screen there. That'll be fine.
Perfect. All right, I'll get started then. Thank you very much. Tēnā tātou katoa to the chair, to the councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is John Aitken, and for this submission, I'll be summoning Kiwi version of Kevin McLeod. So today's story begins not with bricks and mortar, but with something far more enduring, an idea. This whakaaro, this idea that our built heritage is worth protecting, that the character of a place like Ōtepoti Dunedin is not just in its streets, but in the stories told by its walls, its cornices, its stubborn old facades that have survived tāwhiri mātia's wind, rain and snow, but also survived many, many student parties. But this is not a story about just about preservation. It's about he tangata, about the people, about how we as property owners and stewards or kaitiaki can care for these heritage buildings while still meeting the modern needs of those who live in them. Now, let me be clear. I support heritage preservation, passionately so. Heritage buildings are not just pretty to look at. They're emotional and cultural anchors. They ground us as taonga of our city. But the preservation must be more than just sentiment. It must be practical, viable, and above all, shared. And that's why I'm here today, to offer a submission that is not an opposition, but a proposition, a collaborative proposal that seeks balance between heritage and habitability, character and compliance, history and housing, between whakapapa and whare. And so we turn to the challenge, the wero. The images shown here are from Litchfield Street in Ōtautahi, Christchurch, not too far from here. Owning a heritage building is a bit like owning a classic car. It's beautiful, meaningful, and occasionally utterly exasperating. The seismic risks are very real. Unreinforced masonry doesn't take kindly to movement. Insurance providers are cautious, and perhaps rightly so. Premiums climb, and sometimes insurers simply walk away. Then there's the cost of maintenance. Traditional methods don't come cheap. Add in regulation, consent processes, and compliance, and suddenly the romance of preservation meets the bureaucracy of reality. And in the middle of it all stands the owner, whose kaupapa is to provide warm, healthy, modern homes while holding together aging fabric with grace, care, and no small amount of personal cost. What we are witnessing here is a quiet but a significant shift. Heritage scheduling, while vital, redistributes the risk. And no longer shared equally, it begins to tip. Insurance providers step back, ratepayers step aside, and the property owner, the person who simply wants to do the right thing, finds himself carrying more of the load. More cost, more responsibility, more risk, more mahi. This shift is understandable, but it must be acknowledged, because when we ask somebody to protect public good at private cost, we must also ask what support they need in return. And I'll say this again, when we ask somebody to protect public good at private cost, we must also ask what support they need in return. Now, the answer, councillors, is not complex. It can be as simple as a rates rebate to say, we value your effort, or reduce consent fees to remove the friction from doing the right thing. It might be shared across heritage planners, shared access to heritage planners or advisors, so that knowledge and experience aren't reserved only for the well-resourced. These are not grand gestures. They're small, simple, and deeply effective. They say, we're in this together. This is whanaungatanga. If we do this right, if we strike the right balance, we won't just preserve buildings, we'll preserve trust. Because this is not just a matter of bricks and mortar, of lime wash and lintels. It's about the relationship between those who own these heritage scheduled whare and the city that cherishes them. When heritage is scheduled, the owner assumes risk, financial, legal, insurable, but the benefit, well, the benefit is shared. It's felt by the community who walks these streets, by the students who photograph themselves in front of these facades, by the tourists, by the neighbours, by the city itself. And so too must the responsibility be shared. A city that values its heritage must also value those who protect it, the kaitiaki. Council has an opportunity here not to remove the burden, but to shoulder it with us, to acknowledge the effort, the risk, and the cost, to stand not opposite, but alongside. Let us build that partnership, and let us preserve not just our past, but our fairness and our future. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aitken. Very interesting presentation. I'm an independent hearings commissioner based in Napier, so I'm not a member of the council here. I think the issues you raised are very important, but they're probably more relevant to the executive functions of the council. So I'll just pass over to my colleagues on the hearing panel to see if they have any questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think you summarised that quite succinctly. Mr. Aitken, I think that's a very interesting presentation, but it's probably outside the scope of what we're doing here. But next week we are doing the LTP hearings, which are the budget hearings. And I've asked the Chair that we might put something out at the end of this week that relates to those hearings as they come forward. And in fact, I almost invite you to come to the public forum and repeat your presentation. What you're saying effectively, and correct me if I'm wrong, are you saying that because there's a public good that comes from these buildings and we are asking the owners to take on the burden that we ask them from the public good perspective, that the city should come forward in the other direction and acknowledge that burden, and there should be a combination of financial and administrative help?
Yes, that's exactly right. And I do acknowledge that they are separate processes in terms of scheduling in this hearing versus what's done through an annual budget process, and I appreciate that. I think this is a good juncture to actually acknowledge that, you know, this is a decision that has consequences for building owners, and, you know, it is. I want to be quite clear that I do support heritage scheduling, and this is something unique to Dunedin that, you know, once it's gone, it is well and truly gone. So we need to be able to support the preservation of these buildings, but this does come at a cost, as you say. So finding a mechanism to share this burden is what I'm getting at. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming and presenting, because it is often the case that people will come and they're not necessarily in scope for the hearings themselves, but the points they're bringing are very important. And in this case, I'm sure that we'll have it in our mind when we meet next week at the LTP hearings.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Aitken, just as a matter of interest to me, what's your day job?
I work as a project manager.
Yeah. Oh, you're obviously very good at giving presentations, so thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming
Have
in
a
this
great day.
morning.
Appreciate
thank you. Mr. Page, is your team ready to go now? A little bit early? Yeah, absolutely. Come on up. So just while you're settling yourselves in, good morning and welcome, and thank you very much for the effort you've taken to prepare and pre-circulate both the legal submissions and the evidence. We do appreciate that. That makes our job a lot easier and makes the hearing run a lot more efficiently. Mr. Page, just to let you know, we have read your legal submissions and we've read all of the pre-circulated evidence. So I think you've appeared before me a number of times. That material does not need to be read out loud to us, but of course everyone who is come along to present to us today is very welcome to lead us through their evidence, highlight key points, but we certainly don't need it read out loud to us again. And I'm sure you understand that.
You've spoilt my fun. Surely I was going to just read to you for half an hour. That's going to be great use of your time.
Well, my wife's RMA solicitor, and I've said to her, the people who find it the hardest to summarise their material, I find, is the lawyers. They tend to revert to just reading it out loud to the hearing panel, but I'm sure you're a bit more experienced than that.
Well, I think you're right by and large, but I'll see if I can do better. All right, can I introduce the team before we start?
Absolutely.
To my immediate left, the Honourable Grant Robertson, the Vice-Chancellor of the University. Grant will give us evidence first. Next to me is Gordon Roy, and he's given evidence both as an officer of the University and an architect. And next to Gordon is Carmen Taylor. She will give her planning evidence last in order. Next to Carmen, Mr. Ian Butcher, who's given expert heritage architecture evidence, and next to Grant is Mr. Chris Alcock, who is one of the authors of the 2010 Campus Master Plan. So that's the order. It'll be Grant first, Gordon second, Chris will be third, then Ian, and then Carmen.
Sure.
And what we anticipate is that you will questions will be taken of each witness in turn, rather than saving everything up to the end. But of course, I'm in your hands. You can do it however you like.
No, that's very much the procedure I like to follow. So we'll take questions after each presenter. We won't interrupt the presenter. I don't like that process. So we'll let the presenters present, and then we'll see if we have questions.
All right, very well. So, as you've indicated, I have no intention of reading out my legal submissions. What I do intend to do is to spend a little time developing some of the themes that are addressed in my written submissions, and then calling on the witnesses to confirm their evidence. So what I want to do is pick up on a comment that you made, Mr. Chairman, at the end of the FENS presentation about their submission having an unusual tension because it's public benefit versus public benefit. My submission to you about that is that much of the same tension exists here, except there are three competing public benefits. There's the benefits that are claimed in relation to protecting the archway theatres, so that's the first. But there's also the public benefit in the enhancement of the neo-Gothic heritage values of the campus, so that's the second public benefit, and our evidence is that those two things are in tension. And then there's the third strand of public benefit, which is really addressed in Mr. Roy and Ms. Taylor's evidence, which is the importance of the efficient operation of the campus. So those are really the three things which are, the last two are in tension with the first. So in some respects, some of the tensions at play in the FENS submission are at play here, but we say it's even more so for the university. So the way that my legal submissions are structured, we've really set it up as a three-level tier of decision making. The first thing that we say is that the scope of the process has been wrongly cast in Plan Change 1. We say that the appropriate analysis in terms of the objectives and policies of the plan are in relation to the whole plan. The focus of the reporting from the Council has entirely been directed to Policy 2421. And we say that following colonial homes, that's far too narrow a process. The change that's being advanced is, does the archway theatres get protected or not in the plan? And that has to be evaluated against all of the provisions of the plan, not just the criteria in the policy. And the reason, the outcome that has been missed because of that scope being wrong is that the efficiency of the campus operation has been ignored in the exercise and therefore hasn't been accounted for in the Section 32 reporting. The second step is that if the issues at stake in the plan change are limited to heritage matters, then the scope of the reporting is still wrong, because what it has not done is paid sufficient attention to the existing scheduled heritage values in the plan. In particular, the heritage site, which is the Clock Tower precinct, and the CAPS building, which is already a scheduled heritage value. So what should have been part of the original reporting in the Section 32 report to Council is an analysis of whether the archway theatres are an appropriate building in the context of that. And the reason why that matters is the consequence of scheduling is to signal in the plan that the archways should stay where they are. And there's none of that kind of analysis or thinking between existing scheduled heritage values and the introduction of the archways and the tension between those issues that has not been evaluated in the heritage assessment or the Section 32 reporting. And then lastly, if you were to find that the scope of your considerations is limited to policy 2.4.2.1b, and you are to think about nothing else other than that, then we still say that the heritage assessment was wrong. And that's really the purpose of Ian Butcher's evidence, to try and unpack the Section 2421 criteria and evaluate, are the values that are claimed for the archway buildings in fact robust, properly researched and real, and Ian's evidence is no, they're not. So even if in your decision you say no, all we have to think about is 2421b, Ian's evidence is that the building still does not qualify for protection under those criteria. I want to say something about the original heritage assessment, and this is a theme that was developed in Ian's expert evidence, because one of the difficulties that we've got here is that there's a whole lot of values that have been claimed for the archway theatres, for which there is no primary evidence. And the first thing I want to draw your attention to is on page 4 of the original heritage assessment, where the author quotes historian Ali Clark as saying that the archway theatres were located where they are because it was intended that the Consumer Applied Science building was to be demolished. That proposition has been thoroughly researched by Ian and Fliss and also Gordon against universities' records, and we can find no record of that having been the case. The second aspect, and probably more important in terms of the social values claimed for the archways, is on page 7 of the heritage assessment, where the author quotes McCarthy calling brutalism as crass bloody-mindedness as a core of brutalist quality, as explaining the seemingly inconsiderate intrusion of the archway buildings on its site. Now, we accept and agree that the archway buildings are an inconsiderate intrusion on the site, and Ian's evidence talks about that extensively. But what is advanced in the heritage assessment is that that was deliberate, in the sense of deliberately interrupting and interfering with the neo-Gothic heritage character of the campus, as if that is some kind of grand political statement being made by an architect in the face of the neo-Gothic heritage character of the campus. My submission, there is simply no evidence that that was ever part of McCoy's thinking or the university's intention at the time to behave in that way. So when you strip back the layers in the original heritage assessment of what is their actual primary evidence to support in the statements that are claimed for the archway theatres, there's actually very little. There is a lot of intellectual analysis of what some experts might think the archways are about, but primary evidence is in short supply for the qualities that are being advanced to satisfy policy 2421. What is interesting in the citation given by the New Zealand Institute of Architects in 2020, when the archways were recognised, is that there was no reference at all in the citation, which is set out in full on page 10 of the Heritage Assessment. There's no evidence at all, reference at all to brutalism as being a foundation quality of that building which makes it significant. It simply speaks of the building being speaking to a moment of architectural history. Well, all buildings do that. Much is made of the significance of the buildings because it is a piece of Ted McCoy's work. We submit that that in itself is not a reason to schedule the buildings. Two much more prominent example of Mr McCoy's work is the University College immediately to the east of the archways, and of course the Richardson building, which is already a scheduled building on campus immediately to the west. As for the significance of the archways in all of that mix, as Chris's evidence explains, back in 2010 when he was working on it, Mr McCoy seemed perfectly happy that the archways ought to go. And so we say the fact that this was designed by Ted McCoy, an architect deserving of respect for his contribution to Dunedin, but that doesn't make this building qualifying as a scheduled building. And I suppose the last point to be made from the submissions is the relevance of opportunity cost. I've set out the reasons why, as a matter of law, you should have regard to that, and that's a topic that's been addressed in Grant Robertson's evidence when he set out a proposal that's currently under consideration for utilising that site to enhance the heritage values of the Union Street access. So, and that seems like an appropriate point to finish on and allow Grant to pick it up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Page. We'll just see if we have any questions for you arising from the legal submissions. Councillor O'Malley, any questions?
Not at the moment. Thanks, Mr.
Barker.
Just have one question, is that when it was built, was there a brief to the architect that exists?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know whether Chris knows or whether Ian and Fliss's research has identified that.
All right, thank you, Mr Page. No questions or clarification from me, but now we can proceed to hear from your witnesses. Thank you.
Jolly good. Well then, ordinarily when introducing a witness I'd ask them to confirm their name that they've but I suspect with Grant that's probably unnecessary, and so if you're happy for me to simply invite Grant to speak to his evidence, then I think that's the most efficient way forward.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. And just Mr Robertson, just for you and everyone, just when you're speaking, just make sure that the little red light is on by pushing that button. Sometimes if panel members press their buttons, it overrides your button. So
I can't think why. Kia ora, ngā mihi nui ki koutou katoa, ko Grant Robertson aho, ko na tumu whakarai ki a tākou whakaihi waka. So, greetings everybody, I am Grant Robertson, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Otago. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly today, and very happy to take your questions when I finish. I'm not going to pretend to be either a planning expert or an architectural expert today. We have people to submit on that. I would make one observation that over the last 2 weekends we've had thousands of people on our campus taking photographs as part of their graduation celebrations. Many thousands of photographs of the clock tower and the related neo-Gothic buildings, and I would venture to suggest not one photograph taken in front of the Archway lecture theatres. But as I say, not my bag, so I will leave that to others. I just want to make three points under three main headings. The first of those is the university's overall commitment to the heritage buildings that we have. I think there's 18 or 19 of them that are listed at the moment. That also includes the other listings that have been part of this process that, after working through, the university is working with the city on. We are obviously extremely committed to the protection and enhancement of the heritage buildings that we have. They are iconic. They are very much part of our identity and something that we are extremely proud of. In particular, the neo-Gothic precinct that has the clock tower, Allen Hall, Marama Hall, and what is colloquially known as the CAPS building. That area of the university is a nationwide level landmark and a distinct heritage precinct that we are committed to and will support, in addition to the other buildings that are listed, as already has been mentioned today. When we think about the future of the university from here, we have to think about the fact that we have a very large collection of buildings. We have more space than we need, and we don't have the appropriate space that we need as well. And so, going back as far as the 2010 campus master plan, the removal of the Archway theatres has been part of that. I don't need to go into a great deal of detail over the concerns people have about the theatres, but if I were to just use a handful of adjectives: cold, uncomfortable, poor acoustics, confusing, create a bottleneck, and so on. The theatres are not loved on the campus. There will be some people who appreciate them, but in terms of the efficient running of the university and the effective provision of education, they are not fit for purpose. We are moving far more to what we call flat floor space teaching. That is the modern pedagogy. There is a place for some tiered lecture theatres. We have others on the campus that are of far higher quality and can be utilised in a far better way than the current Archway lecture theatres. So from the educational perspective, the delivery perspective, the efficient running of the university, the Archway lecture theatres are not part of how we envisage the future, and I want to make the point again, have not been part of how the university has envisaged the future for some considerable time. The other point that I wanted to make by way of introduction is the place that this area of the university has with respect to being an entrance for the university. And I'll point you to the Appendix 1 of my submission that shows a potential design for what that could look like. The university, as you know, is a large area, and it has several entrances, but none of them are designed in such a way as to be completely open and welcoming. That is one of our goals for the Union Street entrance, and you'll see by the design there that it does in fact open up that neo-Gothic precinct significantly. There are other possibilities for the usage of that area as well, but all of them in our mind would be ones that opened up that area, gave an easier view and access to the neo-Gothic buildings, and highlighted that as a significant entrance way for the university. Clearly the Archway theatres are in the way of that. They're not serving an educational purpose for us that we want. We don't see them as part of our future, and so for all of those reasons, alongside the ones you'll hear from other submitters, I don't believe their protection is justified, nor is it in our future plans.
Thank you very much for that. See if we have any questions for you now.
Just have a question around, is one of the things that most attract students, I guess you've been named as one of the top 15 most beautiful campuses in the world. Is that part of your aspirations to stay in the top 15? You need to push the button.
That's clearly an aspiration, Sophie. I mean, I made a facetious comment at the start about the photographs, but I do mean that. The reason why we're seen as one of the more beautiful campuses in the world is because of the neo-Gothic precinct largely. Also the green space as well. And I think what we're envisaging here in the future is enhancing that. So we take very seriously that. It's a constant balancing act for us from a financial point of view as well. We know we have to keep up the heritage buildings that we have. That's an important thing for us. But we're in a constant balancing act with space. And as I said earlier, arguably we have more space than we need. However, it's not quite the right space. And so we'll continue to balance all of that together. But absolutely, we know what it is that puts us in those categories. And it's the neo-Gothic buildings largely.
I'm just curious about space in the 2010 plan, and I don't know if you're quite the right person to ask this to, because since 2010 there have been different aspirations and plans for the university, and some of that is based around quite high growth as well. And when you're talking about the different methods of teaching, and I actually don't understand what flat floor space teaching, and I wondered if you could give an example of that. I'm just conscious of the space that the university needs given its growth aspirations, and just wonder if you could expand a little bit on that.
Yeah, so just in terms of your clarification question, flat floor space is pretty much what we're in now, to be honest. So not tiered lecture theatres, not the old traditional seats, everybody in a row, unable to get out in the case of the Archway lecture theatres, if people on either end of them. That the modern pedagogy tells you that way of information being received, of education being undertaken, is diminishing. It still has its occasional time and place, but we do have other venues that fulfil that. We're developing a new building in Christchurch at the moment, and it's flexible space that you can utilise in different ways. Teach in small groups, teach in large groups within the same space, have much more interactivity. The old school lecturer at the front telling you everything you need to know has sort of been wiped out by the internet, AI and various other things, and so we are moving to a different form of pedagogy in that regard. In terms of your overall point, yes, we do have ambitious growth plans, and the campus master plan that Chris worked on in 2010 has been refreshed, and we're doing a full relook at that now. We are confident that we can cope with the growth that we have, utilising the facilities that we think are the most effective and efficient, and creating some new ones, but the Archway theatres are not required for that. In fact, they're arguably a bit of a barrier to it in terms of them, how we have to look after that building.
Thanks, Grant, for your presentation. I did my PhD in the Linda Ferguson building, and just wonder on the side, has that got any protection? Because I noticed the Hercus building, yeah, and you've got the Hercus building, which is like 1950s construction. One of the things I've heard about heritage provisions and heritage protection is that a building will go through 3 phases of its life. Brand new, everybody loves it. Gets to a certain age, everybody hates it, and then it becomes rare and everybody loves it again. And my question around that is, do you have any buildings built post 1950 that you consider of heritage value on your campus plan?
Well, we do, because the Richardson building, which is already protected, is one of those, and Gordon will be able to answer in more detail for you around any others, but as noted in Phil's comments at the beginning, the Richardson building is an example of Ted's other work that I think people do appreciate. And there's a range, I accept that there are a range of other buildings on the campus that express different forms of architectural style. I just think it's worth bearing in mind that immediate precinct, which is the neo-Gothic precinct. So you've got, as you walk up, if you're coming up from Union Street from from that side, you're faced first with Allen Hall, Marama Hall, the CAPS building, the clock tower. It's a very obvious precinct. There are definitely other parts of the campus where you'll see other architectural styles dating from many decades, but that doesn't take away from the importance of this precinct.
I know the area quite well. I spent my first year at Unicole, actually. So.
I'm sure you admired the architecture on a daily basis too, Jim.
But that was only 8 years old.
Mr. Robinson, I sit on hearings all around New Zealand, including a number of hearings where people have wanted to demolish heritage buildings. That's not what we're doing today, but the question stems from that. One question I'm always interested in that situation is what would replace the heritage building. And in your evidence and the evidence of some of your colleagues, you presented some very helpful pictorial views of what that space might look like. So what I'm interested to know, because in your evidence you've said you are the CEO of the university, so you're the head honcho, how definite is that kind of open space plan for that area?
Yeah. I won't delve into the exact meaning of being the CEO of a university and its relationship to being the CEO of any other organisation, but it is definitely on the job description. Look, from our perspective, as I think I've said a couple of times now, that this is a primary entranceway of the university. That's what we'd like it to be. It is an entranceway now, and we think that if we can open it up for a more open space area, then that is a good use of that, whilst also enhancing the neo-Gothic heritage buildings. This proposal here is one of the ones we're working on, but all of the things we're thinking about open that space up and create an entrance space there. So there is no proposal that I'm aware of in the 10 months I've been in the role that would see another large building constructed there. Bear in mind the site that we're looking, what you see in Appendix 1 goes back to another building called the Gregory Building as well, which would also not be in our future too. So it creates quite a large space, as you can see there, and there would be the potential to use it for other forms of welcoming space there. We have to work through that with some stakeholders, but nothing that would create a large building there, no.
Right, then, so if I was to record that, well, you're still looking at options, but whatever happens, it's likely there will be a proposal for open space that would enhance the Union Street entrance to the campus. Would that be a fair summary?
That would be correct, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Page. We can have the next witness now.
Thank you. So next is the Head of Campus Development and Strategic Architect for the University, Mr. Gordon Roy. So Gordon, would you like to address the summary of your evidence, which is on the first page?
Kia ora, thanks Phil. Kia ora panel. My name's Gordon Roy. I'm the Head of Campus Development and Property and Campus Development, and I'm also the University Strategic Architect. So I suppose I've got quite a unique perspective on both the operational issues that face the university and also the strategic challenges and aspirations of where we see ourselves heading. In my evidence, and as I'll explain now and summarise, there are, I suppose, 3 key points that I'd like to make. And the first is that the Archway Lecture Theatres are not well suited to the future needs of the university, which we've heard from Grant already. The second is that the Archway Lecture Theatres are not well suited to future adaptive reuse. And the third is that replacing the Archway Lecture Theatres with open space, such as through formal landscaping, would support the heritage values of the surrounding Gothic precinct. So to that first point around the future needs of the university, we've heard from Grant already about the changing pedagogy and the changing role of teaching at the university. And that's really meant that the quantity of large format tiered lecture theatres that we have across campus currently, which is 19, is not what's required in our future. As Grant's already explained, we are moving to more flat floor teaching space, which is far more flexible and allows a variety of different teaching styles that see the students really at the heart of the learning experience and see self-help through students working with their peer group basically to assist their learning. And that's the way that many universities have been going probably for the last 15 if not 20 years. And I suppose we are in some respects playing catch up with that just now in both trying to optimise our space within the university and change that teaching pedagogy. So we do not see the Archway Lecture Theatres as being part of that vision, as tiered lecture theatres will reduce in quantity over time over the next couple of years, aided by a number of different projects that are moving forward, not least of which is the timetabling project, which sees us changing the way in which we timetable the use of our spaces, making them more efficient ultimately. So as we move to flat floor teaching space, the Archway Lecture Theatres really is not part of our future. The second point is the adaptive reuse. The building's method of construction means that the tiered precast floor units that really support the construction of the building wouldn't have any function within any adaptive reuse possibilities within the university context. The building was built for one purpose, one specific purpose and one purpose only, and the tiered nature and the size of those lecture theatres doesn't fit within our future vision of the campus. Were we to remove the tiered nature of the buildings and create flat floor teaching space, I would argue that the unique character of the building would effectively be removed as a result, and it would also provide us with a size and scale of flat floor teaching spaces that actually we have quite a large quantity of within the university campus currently, and actually what we're really after is larger flat floor teaching spaces that allow us to be more efficient, to reduce the number of teaching streams that happen and reduce repetition within our courses and within our learning. And finally, the third point, that replacing the Archway Lecture Theatres with an open space, such as the formal landscaping that the university is currently exploring, would champion that heritage value of the CAPS building and the Archway buildings. And that vision that we've provided, clearly visibly demonstrate the opening up of that space, and the formal landscaping really would enhance the perception of those buildings that already have heritage listings and significant heritage character. And that this would be essentially a better use of the space than effectively the function of the tiered lecture theatres that effectively is soon to be redundant within the next 2 to 3 years. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Councillor Barker, any questions? No? Jim?
Thank you.
Mr. Roy, I don't have any questions or clarification for you. Evidence was very clear, so thank you for that. But I would like at this stage just to acknowledge to you and to the team certainly our appreciation on the agreement that you've reached regarding the other buildings that were initially contested, the medical school, the Queen Mary Maternity Hospital, the Dunedin Nurses Home. I was quite heartened to read the evidence that you've come to a landing on that, which certainly makes our job easier. So I just wanted to acknowledge our appreciation of that. But no questions of clarification for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, just one thing, it may be that Grant might wish to leave the hearing in the near future. It's entirely up to him, but if there's anything that you have thought of that you might want to ask but didn't think of at the time, then we should probably deal with that before Grant departs.
I don't think so. I'll just check. Anything else? No, look, Mr. Robertson, thanks for your appearance, and if you need to leave, that's fine.
Thank you. Now, so next, we have evidence from Chris Alcock, who you've heard was involved in the preparation of the Campus Master Plan 2010. So, Chris, would you like to introduce yourself and address the summary of your evidence?
Certainly, thank you. So I'm Chris Alcock, I'm an architect, and I specialise in working with universities on both master planning, teaching and learning facilities and workspace. currently working with the University of Melbourne and the University of Newcastle in Australia. The master plan was undertaken as a major enterprise by the university, and at the time I was working in a company that was based in London with offices in Australia as well. And we had a team working on the master plan for nearly a year and a half. And I think one of the important things about the master plan was that it was intended as a comprehensive review of what was important about the campus in establishing the university's presence in the city and also its presence globally. And the second aspect of it was very much not about where do we put the next building, but what is this, how should this campus develop over time? And unusually for a master plan, it didn't have an end date. And it didn't have a specific project in mind that it needed to support. It was more about what should this campus evolve into. And the Vice-Chancellor at the time was very keen that it in fact provided a roadmap, if you will, for how the university could develop the campus over time without nominating specific initiatives. It was an incredibly exhaustive process in terms of consultation. Not only did we consult within the university, we had a series of surveys, we had workshops with staff and students, but we also had a number of discussions with the City Council, with the Regional Council, the Chamber of Commerce, the Dunedin Hospital, the Polytechnic, just about everybody that had an interest in the university. One of the really key themes that came out of that master plan consultation was the desire to make the campus itself more vibrant. And it was interesting, the discussions we had with the council in particular revealed a certain love-hate relationship with the students. And the more that they could be concentrated on the campus, the better. And that was considered to be an issue at the time. And one of the problems that was identified through that process was the fact that the university was so geographically dispersed. Now, and there were a couple of sort of key nodes. Obviously, the health sciences precinct had to be connected to the hospital, and unfortunately that was disconnected from the main campus by the one-way pair. The other issue was the spread of the university down Union Street, down towards the harbour, and the fact that made it even harder to bring students and activity into the heart of the campus. So as much as possible, what we were looking for was to create this density of activity within the centre of the campus. The Archway Lecture Theatres was a particular issue that was identified through that process for two different reasons. First of all, its location on Union Street, the fact that it sticks out onto Union Street was it was not the thing that you would expect to see at the crest of the hill coming into the campus from the eastern side. The second problem was that it was occupying real estate that basically was preventing other buildings from being built around it, and that's why the master plan showed it being removed, and also buildings being shown around it. Now, I think it's important to stress here, because the university is looking at a different use for that space now in terms of providing a more formal ceremonial, if you will, heart for the campus. At the time, we were simply looking for what are the opportunities to create new buildings that would consolidate the activity at the heart of the campus. So they're not necessarily in conflict, even though the master plan doesn't show something that's currently being presented or being considered by the university. Now, the Archway Lecture Theatres was a subject of much discussion at the time. First of all, in the steering committee that was chaired by the Vice-Chancellor. And the issue was the fact that it had been designed by Mr. McCoy, who was a highly respected architect by the university at that time, still is. And so in view of that, and one of our early recommendations when we were talking about the Union Street access is we really need to remove this building. And Professor Skegg was very concerned about how that would be considered by Mr. McCoy, and he requested that I have a meeting with Mr. McCoy, which I did. And as I said in my evidence, I was somewhat concerned about that, mainly because architects don't like to talk about their buildings being demolished. But he came out straight up and he said, look, you want to demolish the Archway Lecture Theatres, don't you? And I said, yes. And so he said, look, it's fine. I go ahead and do it. And I think that he was very kind, and again in the submission, when we published the master plan, he wrote me a very nice letter and congratulated us on that master plan. So I don't think that he regarded it as his finest work, and he told me that he didn't have a problem with it being removed. Just one other thing that I want to talk about, because we do a lot in work in universities, and there's been much discussion about flat floor teaching. The reason for the big shift that's happening globally away from tiered lecture theatres and into flat floor teaching is that the nature of how students learn is changing. And it's changing quite dramatically because of the impact of technology, basically. And so the emphasis now is, rather than giving lectures of imparting information for an hour in a tiered lecture theatre where students sit there and listen, it's now about presenting information in a way that students can discuss in groups, so that you can workshop through ideas, that you give concepts to students in short bursts and then get them to actually reflect on that. And doing that sort of teaching is absolutely impossible in a tiered lecture theatre. And I think that there's a crisis in this sort of teaching across, globally, simply because students aren't coming to lectures. I mean, the University of Melbourne, where I'm working now, they have a problem. They're lucky if they can get a 15% attendance in lectures, and there's nothing worse for an academic than to deliver a lecture in a 200-seat lecture theatre with about 15 students scattered through the audience. It's just not effective anymore. Now, and interestingly too, and Gordon referenced the idea of converting the archway lecture theatres into flat floor. Even that, leaving aside the heritage aspects of that, because you're destroying the function of the building. The other issue associated with that is that with a flat floor classroom where you've got students sitting at tables, the capacity of that room dramatically decreases. And those lecture theatres just aren't big enough to sustain the sort of classes that you want to be accommodating. So I think that's it.
Thank you for that. Questions? Sophie?
I asked earlier if there was a brief about when Ted McCoy designed the building, and then in your evidence, paragraph 18, it says that Ted did not regard the archway lecture theatres as among his best work. They were a utilitarian response to a specific need at the time, although even then the choice of site was poorly considered. I think it was on what looked like an old tennis court previously, so because that's what I'm trying to understand, was the brief to build 4 lecture theatres in a small area. Did you have that discussion? I see that you were so relieved that you didn't remember much more of the conversation, but I just wonder if there was any discussion about what, yeah.
And I dared not.
You need to push that. Yeah.
He didn't reference it, and I dared not provide any personal commentary on what I thought of the building.
Fair enough. Yeah, thank you.
Back in the housing days of my youth, the roll was only about 10,000. So is that one of the issues too, that the roll's gone up substantially and that these may not be purpose-built based on the demand that the modern university has? Well, not want to call the old one old, but is that part of it?
I'm sorry.
The roll has substantially increased since this theatre was built. So is it now, because of the size of the roll and the size of the classes and the method of teaching, are you effectively saying that it's an out-of-date technology to some extent?
Absolutely.
So I, as the mother of a student who may go to some lectures and may not go to others, as part of the new requirements about being able to deliver the AV stuff for people that might be at home watching lectures, is that part of the big change around the floor space that's needed?
Yes and no. The ability to participate in classes online is actually a problem, and for a whole number of reasons, and none the least of which, and this is something all universities are wrestling with. When students are participating online, they can fast forward, they can track back, and they're getting information in an asynchronous way, and there's no feedback loop either. And so increasingly, face-to-face teaching is becoming more and more important to get the deep learning that you need for students to have, that they don't get just by listening to a lecture online. And anyone, I mean, the reason I've flown over from Australia is because I hate sitting on a screen like that for 2 hours, unable to scratch my nose because you can see me. You know, so I think the face-to-face thing is becoming increasingly important, and providing the sorts of environments to support that face-to-face teaching that is meaningful for students and that they actually want to participate in is incredibly important. And for that reason, you know, even if it was a good lecture theatre, which I would argue it isn't, the Archway lecture theatres really don't have any purpose. Going forward, you either use it for storage or as a museum, basically.
And Mr Alcock, no questions of clarification from me, but I simply note that your paragraph 2 of your summary statement, you've encapsulated there in the 3 bullet points the consistent theme I think is coming through from all of the witnesses, so I found that helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Then that brings us to the expert heritage architecture evidence from Ian Butcher. So Ian, would you like to introduce yourself, pressing the red button, and address your summary, please?
Certainly. Thanks, Phil, and greetings everyone. My name's Ian Butcher. I'm a heritage architect, and the evidence I've prepared, or we've prepared, has been to look at a couple of things. Firstly, to do an evaluation of the heritage assessment from Dunedin City Council. Secondly, to look at the Archway Lecture Theatres building as an object and to rate that in terms of any heritage significance, and then to look at where it sits. And so you'll have read the evidence, and it's obviously obtrusive. The heritage assessment itself says it's obtrusive, acknowledges that, and the basis for proposing it to be scheduled and protected, we looked in the heritage assessment, we looked at very closely, and we challenge many of the statements that are made within that assessment, specifically that it's a good example of brutalist architecture. It isn't, and that despite it being designed by Ted McCoy, it's not a good work of architecture for the reasons we've outlined in my assessment of it as a work of architecture and as a whether or not it's worthy of heritage protection. The greater values associated with heritage, or the greater heritage values, are associated with the precinct in which it sits. So there's a tension between claiming heritage status for Archway Lecture Theatre and the greater heritage values of, as I said, of the precinct, the neo-Gothic precinct, which we've heard from others is unique, and it is. It's very special, and it should be protected.
Questions?
Questions?
Okay.
Please.
Jim? Sophie? And look, Mr Butcher, I don't have any questions for you either, but I did very much appreciate the very detailed assessment report that was part of your evidence. I read that with a great deal of interest, particularly some of the historical elements that you went over. So just like to thank you for the obvious amount of work that you put into that. I don't often see assessments of that level of detail.
Oh, thank you. It wasn't done alone. I acknowledge my wife and partner, Bliss, for much of the research that went into that. So we're very happy that you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was an interesting read. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Page.
Thank you. And can I just say that we've got 3 architects at the table, and this has got to be the first time where I've got 3 architects to agree with each other on anything. So that strikes me as significant all by itself. In any case, that brings us now to Carmen to present her planning evidence, please. Carmen, would you like to introduce yourself and to summarise your key...
Morning, my name's Carmen Taylor. I'm a planner with Plans Consultants. I'll just briefly speak to my evidence. The guts of my evidence is that in terms of the Archway Lecture Theatres, reliance on an assessment just against policy 2.4.21b is inadequate, and there should have been a more robust assessment against the strategic directions with the 2GP says that all plan changes should be assessed against the strategic directions. And on the basis of my assessment and my evidence, and I'm at paragraph 3 of my summary now, the Archway Lecture Theatres should not be heritage scheduled, given that scheduling will require the university to protect and thus retain the theatres. And this is largely because there's two reasons. One is because the university is one of the city's major facilities, and that scheduling will impinge on the university's ability to operate effectively and efficiently, and that the scheduling also impinges on the ability to celebrate the broader area's existing protected heritage, which is the Gothic complex everyone's been talking about, and to also for the university's ability to maintain and enhance the distinctive character and overall amenity of the campus. On this basis, I think that scheduling of the lecture theatres is contrary to strategic directions, objective 2.31, policy 2316, and objectives 2.41, policy 2414, and objective 242. Thank you. Questions?
That's a very quick summary. Thank you for that. Councillor Barker, questions? Jim? Just interested in the terminology. You said not contrary to. Was that deliberate? You thought about appropriate words. You didn't think of words like not inconsistent with, or is that a deliberate choice on your behalf?
No, it wasn't a deliberate choice. Okay. Inconsistent would equally have worked.
Okay. Look, I've only got one question of clarification for you. It's at your paragraph 33. If you could turn to that, please. Yeah, and no disrespect, I simply didn't understand what you were saying in your paragraph 33. So maybe if you just read it to yourself and then see if you can just help me understand what you were getting at there.
All I'm saying is that I am undertaking my assessment on the basis that, not on the basis of any of the heritage assessments, just purely on a planning assessment, and therefore comparing the lecture theatres on the basis of what the plan provisions are at the time it's notified.
All right. Okay. And hence the last sentence you say, even if we didn't find in favour of Mr Butcher's evidence, your assessment being based on the plan itself would still stand, is that?
Yes.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you for that.
That brings us, unless there's anything else we can assist you with, that brings us rapidly to the close of our case.
No, I think that's all. I'll just check with my colleagues to see if they have any follow-up questions for you. Any follow-up questions to Mr Page? Jim? No? No, Mr Page, it appears we've asked the questions that we had in mind, and we thank very much to you and your team for coming in this morning.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allocating us 2 hours, even if we didn't use it, which I suspect you predicted in the first place, but there we go.
I did predict that, Mr Page, and not for the first time. All right, thank you very much, everyone. We're now adjourned until 2 o'clock.
Let's push that, and if anybody else talks, she'll also.
Right, good afternoon and welcome. When you're ready, if you'd just like to introduce yourselves to us and then make the presentation that you wish to make.
Oh, there we go. There's the button. I've failed already. Yeah, I'll apologise in advance because I'm wearing a few different hats today, so if you could sort of bear with me as I try and work out which one to wear. And I'm conscious that some of those matters aren't for discussion today, and probably my frustration is in relation to things that we're not talking about today, so I'll try and navigate those. Thanks to Mark and Emma for helping me through the process. I really mean that, and they're representing obviously a much bigger system, and they've been good, and they've let me vent my frustration in a way that I'll be hopefully more productive today. And I mean that because fundamentally I think I probably support the whole Dunedin heritage more than anyone. So I'm a third generation Dunedin architect, born and bred. So I'm a registered architect, fellow member of the Institute of Architects, a current director of Mason and Wales, which is, as well as that, I'm responsible for the history of the archives. So we're doing a lot of updating to that with people like David Murray, who's just this incredible resource. And he's helping us with little things like finding out how Mason and Wales became Mason and Clayton and all these sorts of things. So while we've got people like that, we see a lot of value in that. And also the value of the archives and the drawings themselves, which is something that, there's all these debates. Should we give it to the Hocken? Should we keep it ourselves? Do we protect them from natural light? How do we tell the story, and how do we get enjoyment from them? So as current director of Mason and Wales, clearly that's a custodian, and obviously Mason and Wales, even though there were 3 or 4 Waleses, they haven't been around for quite some time. So that's something that's come across in some of the presentations today. As well as that, I'm co-director with Francis Whitaker, but I'm also a current building owner. Now, I never wanted to own this building, but it came on me quite quickly and at such a time. But having been there, so I came back to Dunedin in 2005, and at that point, there's no way that building would have been heritage listed in 2005. I had the green carpet, it was overgrown, and it was leaking, like some would say you need to be a award-winning building. And it sort of went through, let's call it, its teenage years. We freshened it up in 2007, which was really internal, and then in 2023, upon my father retiring, we gave it this big refurb, and so it's great we can see that picture there today. So we lived in that building and continued functioning for a year while that was happening. And part of my frustration is the cost, the time, the energy, and I think lack of support. So bear with me on that. Having said that, it's a great place to work and we're really proud of it. There was a period when it wasn't, our staff and that weren't actually that proud to turn up to this building. So we did this on our own bat. We didn't need to be asked. It was a no-brainer. We did it out of our own pocket. And then further to that, which I'll show today, we then set about putting it in for awards, offering it up for photographers, publications, to tell people that we're proud of this building. So underlying some of our concerns today is I find it, and hopefully the word's not too strong, but I find it offensive that people want to now protect our building from us, because to me that is concerning, or in a word used by a local businessman recently, scary. And part of that's on the back of stuff which I don't think I can talk about today, but as well as being interested in commercial buildings of the city, my own house is an example of heritage restoration, a Mandano building, a house that anyone else would have knocked over. Again, on our own bat, no legal obligations, huge time, cost and energy. And now, and I appreciate this is for another day, but then TGC wanted to put 25 9-metre high townhouses next door. So we've currently taken it upon ourselves to protect that from TGC, which is ultimately protecting that from the council. Currently, we're still struggling to get a resource consent for that, and it's costing us over $20,000 a month to service the mortgage. So my frustration is if there's controls that go in for a system, I need assurances that we can move through that in a supportive way. And to date, I don't have that confidence. So I'm very conflicted because I support heritage and I listen to some of these other people today who are in awkward situations. Further to that, by way of background, I was a former Southern Branch Committee chair member. Disappointing not to see more NZIA today, but I think part of that is the way that people have been made aware of this, because I fired off an email last night and people didn't know it was happening, to the point where it's actually the Southern Branch AGM at 12 o'clock today. So I think that's a real miss. Let's say it's the NZIA's fault. They've got a new chair and we're getting stuff happening, but I know there's been attempts from an urban design perspective to engage with the DCC. And it's been, it hasn't quite landed, it's been there in the past, but I know the objective's there, so let's just make it happen if we could. And I can tell you, if that's happening, I'll be far more relaxed about all of these other 146 applications, because I think that's what's missing here today is once you're in the system, what next? And that's what we're scared about. Further to that, I'm the trustee, one of two trustees for the Wales Mandano Scholarship Trust, which I took over from Neil Wales, and the other trustee at that time was Hamish Wixon, who passed on to Nico Young. So when a Mandano building comes up, I'm equally interested, and that's another story. But we're trying to tell a better story about Mandano, because he's everywhere, and at the moment there's no way to educate people on what he's done. The fire station's a fantastic example, and there's a handful of houses. So we're in the process of telling his story, celebrating him, and doing it, believe it or not, in a modern way. So rather than using the old black and white photos, we'll use the David Murray quite forensic stuff, but then we want houses that have been modernised, lived in, new families, fresh new photos, so people actually want to read about it in the paper on the weekend. So yeah, I'm quite into my heritage. Built heritage. So fundamentally, I support the heritage obligations personally and professionally. There's no question about that. I find the process of being in the system, let's say, scary, and that's probably my fundamental issue here. And I'll go on. And that's reinforced by my personal experience, both with building consent and resource consent. Now, I deal with building consents and resource consents all over the country, primarily QLDC. The DCC ones have been disillusioning, let's say. And then leading on, I think if there's more evidence and assurance about the high quality urban design and how we might achieve that, then all of these fears and frustrations will dissipate. But then we can actually do some good stuff. So I'll just go. I haven't prepared as much as I'd like, but I'll just flick through relevant pages. I'm conscious that the documents have been read and we only need to go on the the final summary. Unfortunately, I don't accept that, because these documents are going to go into an archive and come out in 100 years when none of us are here, and that's the fact. So please bear with me on some of that. And some of them are semantics or typos, but to me they're important. A good example was most in Wales established in 1862 or 1863, and the answer is 1862, but David Murray is the only person that can tell us that. So there's a few subtleties there. So looking at the Heritage Action Plan, like the protection, we get it. Proactive relationships, love it. An interesting one for a positive side note is the record of successful heritage developments. I actually think for our city we're way, we can do a lot better, let's say. We're not a Melbourne, we're not a Auckland, we're not a Wellington, but we've talked about a few sort of really high-end examples. I think 4 that we should reference, and I think this is something that we should really celebrate. And it's easy because they're not Mason and Wales buildings, they're McCoy and Wixon ones. There's the pool house over the road, where they managed to repurpose it, and punched out the windows, and they reimagined it in a modern way that was very, very cool and still stands there well today. That's probably 20 years ago. The Law building, obviously there's the Vogel Street stuff, but in particular the one by the overbridge with the white arch and so on, again, to me that's excellent in terms of repurposing and actually making it better. And then the university bookstore, really tricky, they pulled that off, and then the Skinner building opposite. So I think if we start celebrating what's a good example, then people can look at that, because at the moment the only example I can think of heritage reuse is the one by the waterfront, which was could have been a lot better. So, and it wouldn't have taken much to make it a lot better. For example, you line the mullions up with the columns, and a design panel could make that really easy. Sorry, back to my list, and it's not as big as it looks. So there's talk about supporting the building owners. Sounds great. I'd love to see it. And how are we going to do it? Unfortunately, I've got no evidence, and at the moment, I'm feeling pretty wounded and pretty disillusioned. And then as part of that outcome 6, I appreciate this is talking about precincts, but if we're not talking about NZIA, ADNZ and urban design panels, really concerning, but I appreciate that's a bit of a sideshow. I won't talk about this one other than a local businessman talked about being scared, and that's how I feel, and I think he said it quite well, although the periphery got a bit carried away. The July 2024 assessment, so this, much as I didn't like it, it was one of those things it's a badge of honour, but at the same time we didn't really want it, was to see that we'd been scheduled. So apologies for going through this, because I'm conscious that it goes back to the recommendation that's led on, but I'm also conscious that other people are questioning some of the similar things that we did, and it's really important because I think this document needs to be redacted and corrected in perpetuity. But I also appreciate it's not a bad first cut, and particularly when you're doing 146 of them and probably looking at 5 times that many. So part of this is for completeness, and I'm trying to be constructive and supportive. So the first word studio, moving forwards, if we need to appeal or wherever we are, we'd prefer the word studio not there. In fact, I think it's a contemporary word to a heritage thing, so that's personal preference, not a right or a wrong. But that gets our attention. The condition of the property, again, we'd like to restate that Mason and Wales, or me personally, we set about the refurbishment, the leak, the structure, the asbestos, which we had to do, and that was examples of that are the concrete tiles failed, the structure failed, and all this sort of stuff. So that was a huge cost. Did we go for a grant? I won't even answer that. And would I go retrospectively? I won't go there either. But we're just not feeling the support. Further to that, we then set about celebrating this, and interestingly, people like Julia Gatley, who you'll see supporting a lot of the applications today, she's the person that writes this sort of stuff. So we need to be able to talk to these people in a way where we're not scared of them. A good example is the Port Otago building that was knocked over that my father designed, and he was quite pragmatic about it at the time. He sort of said buildings serve their purpose and they knock it over. What's the real miss on that one is there was no design rule about what they would put back there. There was no consultation, no nothing. So interestingly, they've just put it in for an interior award, but the only picture they keep putting is an exterior photo. But what a miss. Like, knock it over, fill your boots, but let's just talk about what we're going to put back there. I won't go there. Sorry. So historical and social, I've asked so many times, where's the definition of that? And no one can tell me. And look, all I'd say on that one, and with respect to our building, it's misguided, perhaps silly, but we respectfully request that you remove it. It's really frustrating that we as architects and with all these people, we can't get the definition. I've got a team of people helping me. I've gone through this and I can't find it. So how a layman can find that, I don't know. The bottom line is we think it's silly in respect to our building and how it's described, so we'd suggest we remove that. The design, in terms of meeting criteria, well, we've sort of shot ourselves in the foot here because I could argue it till I'm blue in the face and we're suitably qualified and all the rest of it, but we put it in for an award, a design award, and we're proud of that, and we put it in for submission with Docomomo. So let's not argue about that one, but let's, and as we started the process middle of last year, we said let's agree to get on, but with a common sense approach because we're scared. But as part of this, we need to take out some of these words and we need to be really careful how we use them moving forward, because once they're there as a precedent, an example that came up this morning is, did Mr Mason or did Mr Wales design the building? You know, it's actually quite an interesting argument, and we don't have time to talk about that today. But what I would say is, I'm not going to say in a public forum who did design the building and the backstory behind it, because it's nobody's business and it's not a very nice story. Well, it is everyone's business, but if we go down the historical, social argument, we're opening a whole lot of cans of worms that I don't think we should be talking about. So then protection, we've said the entire building, excluding the rear elevation, so we're questioning that, and I'll come to that later, hopefully in a proactive way. Internal elements or rooms, we're saying no, and respectfully, you're not welcome inside under different terms, although I have invited members of the council through. Excluded elements, perhaps let's talk about that later. I think there's a deal to be done there, and we can talk through that. Traditionally it was the rear elevation, then it was the rear and the sides, and I think there's somewhere in the middle. Statement of significance. You look, the big one here is Mason and Wells has been around for 170 odd. So between 1862 and 1972 we weren't in this building. So to sort of connect this building and this site, it's just silly. And so let's remove that because you've got us on the design one. But if we start going down that rabbit hole, it really does create some awkward conversations. So yes, historical and social, silly. Design, sure, we're sort of going to lean into that, and we're going to do it with a bigger picture than for just our building. Building design and construction, I won't go there in terms of the individual. And I guess here, just on the original drawings, it talks about the office. So I know I'm being pedantic about calling it a studio, but respectfully, we would prefer it to be called an office. Yeah, I won't go on, but just in terms of the later history, one of the key things with the fibre cement cladding was the asbestos. Now, there's a lot of talk about slate roof, steel windows and whatever. Asbestos has got to be there because, keep in mind on that one, we're next to a childcare centre. So you've got to wrap the whole building, you've got to do all this, you've got to do it right, you've got to put it in for a consent, you've got to pay all the extra fees, a lot of road cones. We did that off our own bat, but I think we need to be talking about some of the practical things. So as well as an architectural opinion and obviously a planning opinion, I think things like yes, asbestos in a word rather than health and safety, and obviously structure. There's some structural practicalities to buildings like this. Sorry, I'll get moving. Yeah, I mean, without sort of labouring the point, yes, we received an award, and yes, we were published in Docomomo, and yes, we're actually part of the Dunedin walking tour. Mason and Wells submitted all of those. They didn't just fall upon us. We went out there and said, look, haven't we done a great job? We're not asking for anything. So for someone to come back and say, now we need to protect this building from you is pretty hard to stomach. Touching on the notable people and themes, we've talked about that a little bit with the people. I think let's just call it 1862 and we'll move on rather than going into the history. This one really winds me up, so I'll try and move through quickly, but let's just remove it from the examples. I can see how it fell in with Docomomo, but comparing our building to the Warranamani building or the Athfield thing is just misguided, and it's opening up a can of worms. Both of those buildings were houses, primarily rather than offices. They were designed by the architect at that time at a stage when they were up and coming in their career. The Athfield one's the Warranamani building's owned by a trust for quite a different family arrangement. And the Athfield one, what's interesting is the Athfield one did have a bespoke planning thing at a heritage one. I'd rather not talk about that today because it would, they're not happy about it now in retrospect. And I spoke to Zach Athfield this week, so we don't want to end up in that situation. But on the comparative examples, I think there's sort of a bit of formatting where the Mason and Wells offices feature in the guide to architecture. That just needs to go up a couple of paragraphs. Again, that's something we started, and Ian Bowman, actually it wasn't Ian Bowman, I forget whose name it was, but there's quite a good, he's going throughout New Zealand doing these little maps with Dulux, with buildings and little things. So that's the sort of stuff we try to support. And the building's on there, so we're not going to argue that the design isn't good enough, but certainly the historical and social, we don't think that's appropriate. Historical and social has come up again, I won't cover that. Design, I think we need to reword that. In fairness, it's been copied and pasted from the Docomomo, but it's completely out of context and wrong, and that's the stuff that frustrates us, is by ticking a certain box, now you're in over here. Again, comparing it to the Athfield building and the Warranamani building is misguided and opening a can of worms. Okay, so there we were mid last year. We said we're going to oppose this thing and we're going to tear it apart, and then we thought, shit, we don't want to do that because we actually agree with the fundamentals, but we're just a bit scared. So we had a good chat to some of the key people at the DCC, reiterated our concerns. Personally and professionally, we value Dunedin's cultural heritage and recognise it as a vital part of our shared history and identity. We continue to support and enhance this in our work and day-to-day activities. So that's effectively reiterating what's set out in the plan, and I think with the work we do, including our own building and our and my own house, regrettably we don't do a huge amount of work in Dunedin, and this is part of where the frustration comes, and it's the challenges around that. And where let's just call it frustration. So at that point we said we're going to oppose, and then we had a good chat, and we sort of thought, oh, look, if we oppose it, and you've got the oldest architectural firm in the country who's been in the building for 50 years, even though they were around for 110 years longer and all this sort of stuff, it's not a very good look for everyone. And fundamentally, it's not how we see heritage. So let's try and support it. So we said, all right, we'll support it, but please don't protect the building from us, because in fact, and with respect, we want to try and protect it from the DCC based on my recent experience. So how can we work together to do that? So we look to soften some of the controls, like we've talked about the historical and the social, and then we talked about saying let's just keep the street elevation. So that's come back where we said take off the two sides, and we can touch on that in a moment. And I think there's a negotiation there, there's a way forward. I must admit, in respect to that, we really appreciated this, because for the first two, the DCC had sent us a letter, and we quite like letters. We get a lot of paper, and or letters with attachments. So our response then in December, we filled out the form, we provided the docomomo, we were provided the award, obviously our new photos, which are on our website and so on. Where are we there? Yeah, in our letter we sort of touched on Mason & Wells Architects versus Mason & Wells designing it. I think that's a moot point, but we reiterated that we recognise and value Dunedin's built and cultural identity, support the proposed plan change relating to heritage scheduling and preservation, and this is demonstrated by our work, industry accolades, blah, 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 and that we're qualified to be custodians of the building for any future works undertaken, and I really believe that, and I think that's generally agreed. The question is, how do we implement that in a practical way? My fear is that it falls in the too hard basket and we just get bundled in. So that's why I'm here today, and we've cancelled some other things. Our award, which we submitted and we got, so let's say you've got us on the design one, and we'd like to treat it as a badge of honour. I think the other thing is, if we're going to get protected, we would like one of those plaques that they used to do 20 years ago. Like, if we're going to do it, let's do it properly. Let's not just sort of leave it online. And this is where my next frustration comes from. I won't go there on the social evaluation or the reference to our fields, but my frustration, and this is my big one, is we got an email on the 17th of April, quite a long one. We get quite a few emails, and I get quite a few with the DCC, and this one was saying that on the 24th of April there's going to be another email, and there's going to be a link on the website. So you go to the website, and the website might be 3 pages long, and then we managed to find them because Luke helped me. I couldn't find it myself, and we sort of do it every day. So we managed to find the link, and then we opened up that, and I sent it to Mark and Emma yesterday, and then within there's probably, let's say, 30 sort of one-liners. So we found the document, so that was really good. And then we opened that, and that was 144 pages, where what would have been really lovely is if someone could have continued the first letter saying, we've scheduled it, here's the recommendation, here's the bid on your building. And I reckon that was a real miss. So last week we're going, oh, here it's coming, what's happening? And I just assumed everything we'd discussed and agreed was happening. Happy days, good agreement, we're supporting it. And you've felt, let's just say, really disappointed and disillusioned with that, to the point of feeling tricked. So fortunately the last couple of days have been pretty good to restore some faith on that, but I think that's a real miss, and I think the reason the number of people are here now is I would question that. How many people actually know what's going on? The fact that the NZIA AGM could be scheduled on the same day says something, and I spoke to someone who I won't in the weekend, and I saw him scheduled to talk sometime this week. I was meant to be out of town this week, but we've rehashed that, and I said, oh, I'll see you, how are you getting on for tomorrow? And he hadn't read it, so I sent him the text to the website, and he came back, he couldn't find his own house in there, and there's a real miss there. And I think if we look at that, I know it's a detail, but holistically we've got to be more transparent on that, because there's some real trust issues. So getting into the report, there's just a few things I'll touch on really briefly. Part of it is for detail, and I think they're going to be common threads with other people talking today. I've already heard a lot of them. And they're just to, you'll see how we go. So the first one, page 4 of the report was the historical social. Let's not go there. Page 6 was historical social architectural. I still can't understand the definition of this, so let's just remove it and focus on design, and we'll submit on that one. When we get to page 8, it's the same one where we're just, what does historic and social mean? Now, interestingly, I googled it in the middle of the night last night, and they lay it out very well in the Wellington one. But I think really hard to be told your building's this when there's questionable stuff in the assessment, which albeit is desktop, when we can't even get a clear definition of that, and then the definition is highly subjective in my mind. Page 11, these are ones I think, let's just not gloss over these. Respondents were split on, DCC had the balance right between protecting buildings and allowing for new development, with 48 considering more protection is required, score 1 of 2, 30% neutral. I just think that needs more than a one-liner, and part of this is how are we going to, what is the urban design policy, how do we make these quality buildings going forward? The costs of maintenance, let's not sweep that under the carpet, and I think therefore is clearly support the protection of historic, although issues associated with protection were identified. This is the big one here, it's like this is, what box are we being put in, what are the rules that are going to apply, because once we're in the box we can't get out. So I think it's really unfair to not tell us what that is. The Heritage Fund, we've tried and failed, and unfortunately I don't think it's the golden goose. Having said that, I'm happy to be proven wrong retrospectively. Then looking at the key issues raised by submitters, and I think if we give these a little bit more acknowledgement, I think everyone will be less scared. The private property rights, at a glance that's a real, I won't go there on our one, we're lucky. On behalf of Mason and Wales, because we're there, because we're architects, I can wear that one. If I was a private homeowner, I'm a sitting duck at the moment because I just fixed a Mandano house, which I should have knocked over. But if I was in that situation on this, let's not think about it. Property value 77, let's not be silly. You ring up a commercial developer, a commercial agent, it's not as valuable. You ring a residential agent, it's not as valuable. The market's smaller. It's not about a 12% or 10% or whatever. A lot of people just won't go near them. So let's acknowledge that, and I think then people will relax a bit more. Compliance, resource consent costs, well, that's when we go back to being scared of the process and what the local businessman said about being scared. I've just come through, I'd love to know how many people here have been through a Dunedin resource consent or building consent. I'm currently in one, and I'm still not at the other end of it. So this is a real problem. It's not the cost to submit, it's not the free pre-app, but these two people have been absolutely fantastic. It's the support around them, and it's not any person's fault, it's a system's fault. But I don't know how we fix it, but I'm terrified of it, and that's from personal and professional experience. I'm nearly there. It's more about the costs. Let's acknowledge there are costs, and then we can work out how to deal with it. Changes with building reuse. I think let's look at the positive examples there. I mentioned the 4 McCoy and Wixon ones first. Concern about processes followed by DCC and engaging building owners. Like, let's just say an email for a document that important, and for scheduling today. Today's scheduling was regrettable. I think we've got to just front up on that. And then we're nearly there. So now we're at the important part. So Mark, quite rightly, said all I could talk about was the recommendation. So we're there now. So now I'll talk about my recommendation. So discussion point 51. We're happy with 51. I just think we should amend some of those words because they're going to go down in perpetuity. So we talked about studio dates. And some of the stuff that's come from the Docomomo is for Docomomo. It's quite a different context. Particularly when it comes to social and historic. So I think less is more on that one. 52, we gave that a double tick. We were happy with that. 53, okay, this is a good one. So it is a unique scenario because of who we are, how we've been there. We haven't been there since 1863, and there's talk of a bespoke provision. Now, that's good. That's what we agreed for. And then they put in the word assuming. and assuming that the commissioners can do this. So we're sort of pleading with the commissioners today that we can find a way. We believe it is practical. We believe there's a way forward. We believe we've earned it. So as soon as the word assuming goes, then we can relax again, and that comes up. 54, the side elevations have been put back in, so we sort of had this agreement and we're happy, and then all of a sudden they've snuck back in. They've effectively multiplied it by 300%. And we'll talk about how I think there might be a middle ground on that. What we're saying is by the time you do both sides and the front, you've protected the whole thing anyway, including the roof, because buildings in the 70s had the roof was part of the elevation, unlike a lot of the earlier stuff which would have had a parapet, and you couldn't see the roof form. 55, let's get rid of it. The Athfield building, it's a copy and paste, it's a lack of understanding, and I think that's where the frustration's coming from. That they're not relevant, they're not appropriate, they shouldn't be in this document. And if necessary, I'm happy to explain why they're not relevant or not appropriate, but let's not, hopefully we don't need to go there. Signage was relieving, but that we can change that, so thanks for pointing that out. 57, in conclusion, historical, social, we'll twink through that, design significance, okay. So then we talk about the protection required, and it's saying that it should not be amended, and this is where I get a little bit confused with the wording, but we support bespoke 2GP traditions, and then we go, good, so happy with that, and then it says, and the approach to it, but it said, okay, so yes, we're happy with 57C, but then when we got to the recommendation, it was all subject to you people today, so this is where we're pleading for a sensible, well, hopefully mutually agreeable outcome. So page 45, it talked about support with amendments. Based on what's happened in the last period, we'd probably go back to, rather than support with amendments, we'd go back to our original stance was oppose, unless we can have a bespoke thing and a common sense solution, because we've come to the party and we're not quite sure if we're there yet. S293001, we just struggled with the word studio, not a big deal. 002 studio, that was okay. 3 was the studio. Now the challenge here is now it says the protection excludes the east and west and south elevations. Now my understanding is the recommendation is they put the side elevations back in. So on the description, Mason and Wales supports the inclusion, maybe. We haven't decided if we're supporting or opposing yet. And it's amended to exclude the 3 elevations, and then it goes on to say, excuse me, it's a different, I've talked about a lot of that other stuff. Oh, sorry, it's in the discussion. Carries on to the discussion. So we're going for this 4 points.
Mr. Muir, sorry, I might just interrupt. Just conscious of the time. It'd be really helpful if you could just.
I'm on the last page.
Yeah, what I'm really keen to know is where are you at right now in terms of what, if any, elements of the building would you be happy being scheduled?
As soon as I've got 2 pages to go on the discussion, but I think this is context, and fortunately with heritage, good things take time, but I appreciate your follow-up. So the 4 points we're happy, disagree to the west elevation. This is the key point we need to talk about, because we've agreed something in principle which has been retracted subject for your discussion and consideration. So that is the key point. And then so then discussion document, we talk about this bespoke rule. The final page, you'll please know, page 47, this is where it talks about that we've evidenced our custodianship, our expertise, what we know we're doing, the strengthening, and we've done all this off the bat. Then it says, I question the necessity of developing a bespoke rule. Now, I guess this is where it comes to what we're talking about today. In our mind, it's essential, and without it, we would be opposing and potentially opposing others, which at this stage we've just decided not to oppose. So what it talks about, and the wording, please excuse me, what am I on page 47? I guess to fast forward, it says, so, however, we don't like the word however, no one does, if the hearing panel is minded to accept submissions and it is possible to consider approaches set out below in reproach, then that's a solution. So what we're saying is, are you minded to select it? And what I think they've thankfully done is they have set out something that is A, bespoke, B, practical, and on that basis we would lean in, subject to the sides of the building. Now, can I actually perhaps just ask on Google Earth if we just drove up the road a little bit, and I'll show you what I mean. So effectively we'd say we would keep the front third of the building. Now the way the building works is the front third has a ground level and the back 2/3 is a car park. So if we were ever going to do anything, clearly as architects we'd keep more than the first metre, but we'd need the front third. Now we actually don't, other than change the carpet, we don't have any plans for the building. The only thing that might be would be we need a lift, because again a valuer will tell you without a percentage that a building's worth less without a lift. So we would say hands off the whole elevation because it goes the full length of the building, but if we were to take the front third to the basement, that is something that we think is probably a fair resolution, and I think architecturally it stands on it. And it hasn't been raised until this morning, so I think that's new information. But that would conclude my submission, that we do believe we've earned the right for a bespoke solution. We understand that it is practical, so hopefully it doesn't, we appreciate your processing many of these, so we don't want it to fall in the too hard. And then on that basis we'd be happy to support these heritage processes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I see we have questions for you, Jim.
I just want to nail down then exactly what, so you're basically asking that if there is a protection put on this, it's confined to the front third of the building. Is that?
You've said it much more succinctly than I could. Thank you. I think Mark needs to nail it. Yeah, yeah.
Yep, that was my mind too.
All right, well I think that's clear.
Very good, thank you.
But Mr. Bew, just before you do, just stop thinking about it. In terms of the front third of the building, I'd appreciate it if you could come back to us via our hearing administrator, just what that would mean in terms of a dimension, like how many metres back from the front facade? Yeah. All right, thank you. Next submitter is Mark Tom.
Fiskamo, everyone. Good afternoon in Scots Gaelic, a bit rough around the edges. I left this to the last minute, and I started about 5:30 and finished at 2:30 this morning, so it's not professional and it's not really more about why it should become heritage. There's a bit of personal stuff in here too, and if you can just bear with me and listen to me, you might take some matters out more for the councillors probably to hear and listen to. Rightio, this is just a wee bit about myself. I just want to get this out of the way and take what you can out of it. Where are we? So it's a bit about myself. Heritage includes culture and assessments and history. And I'd just like to start off a personal thing. My great-great-grandfather, William Tom, was a policeman, left Edinburgh, arrived in Dunedin in 1860. He was a Dunedin city councillor. And one of his achievements was he established the Woodhall Gardens. And there's a lot I could say, but just a brief. I love my history, and life's pretty busy. It rotates about running 47 properties, being a student landlord for 27 years, probably had 2,000 tenants my time, and some stuff I'll leave out there. I'll leave that out. Okay, let's rip into it. So, heritage buildings there's an ongoing debate. I had to read for a while just to get my head around it. I'm not really prepared, but the DCC and elected councils have the job of deciding on which buildings should become heritage buildings. Are Dunedin heritage buildings going to attract visitors and tourists? And that's what we've got to decide. And if yes, are the economic benefits outweigh the demolition? This is just an example of a large villa on a large section and the development of better suited accommodation with more income to our city. And I'm thinking on my feet here. I personally done a development at 44 Dundas Street. It was the old Donald Beasley home. It was a 1/4 acre, and I really wanted to retain that building. I do like architecture in old buildings. But in the end, I made the big call, and I demolished the building. I walked around that building. It was badly configured, brick, cold, thinking, how could I turn this into a 7-girl flat? And yeah, I got a lot of flank for demolishing that building, but I personally think what I've done was a good thing, and it's just a good example. And now, another problem with that building, down with the double brick, all the early stonemasons used to put wire, and they rust out, so they've become a bit of a hazard, earthquakes hazard, So now we have 13 properties at 44 Dundas. So we've got 5 3-bedroom flats and 8 studio apartments. And when we developed, from my own bat, I actually spent a lot of extra money and tried to make the architecture of the development sympathetic to the surrounding neighbourhood. And possibly that should be a condition that the council should put on some of these heritage areas if they agree that, hey, a bigger economic benefit financially wise, and yeah, we need to look at economics. So the nice places to live, and currently we have 27 tenants living there, and during the development the government received about $500,000 in GST, and these properties attract and retain overseas students, which is overseas income for our city and our country. And now getting on to, there's 5 buildings that have been requested to go on to historical buildings, and I also own an old church in Carroll Street, and I bought it in 1995, spent probably a couple of thousand hours restoring those buildings. So they look good, and I think they'll be around for a long time to come. And we're also 22 and 24 Clyde Street. And what I'm asking or requesting today is if we would not like these properties to be put into heritage, and if you look at a lot of the buildings, they're pretty plain Janes, that the architecture, yeah, that's it. So that's the old Chinese church, yeah. And the terrace, we've had 3 fires on those properties over the years. Where there was a fire where a guy was growing marijuana and the grow light dropped down, so had to get rid of the tenant. It was a bit of a blessing. And I went to the church and asked them, what do you think I should do with it? And they said, yeah, do what you think. So I think I've done well, and really they were really suitable for an excavator. But, I've done what I've done and quite proud of it. But why I'm saying I'd like them to not be listed is, in all reality, they're going to be like that in another 100 years. And you'll understand when I read further on here. So I've spent the last 27 years working hard, renovating, improving, replacing buildings around Dunedin, and it's been a big part of my life. I feel this cannot be the reward for all the honourable hard work that we've done. Heritage status most likely equates to a lower sale price. That's my main concern. Probably not so bad for the commercial, but I'm sort of getting close to retirement. I get my gold card this year. Now, getting on to 56 Carroll Street, this is the one I feel strongly about. It's kind of my last old Dunga property that I haven't worked on. Bought it off the Hannahs. I actually knew the ladies. I used to go there and fix their property, have a cup of tea, do it for nothing. And when the older sister, she passed away on the toilet, on the sleep out, the out toilet. One daughter got dementia and her son came over from America, took her back, and then the other lady moved to a DCC flat up Carroll Street. But the property needs, it's got a tile roof, and I think it's very similar to the Dunedin railway station, the French tiles. When you walk out there, that they're so brittle and they crack. So I've been sitting on a quote to put corrugate on, and I think corrugate would probably suit that neighbourhood. That's a major concern for me. Like I'm asking, please, I don't really want this to be listed, and the cost of doing that would be obviously a cost to me. But there was someone in the DCC that said that I could claim for 50% cost for the tiles. So yeah, I suppose it's a bit of a help. But and the other thing too is what I normally do is, instead of doing the old sash windows, is just put an aluminium insert, which makes them more low maintenance, quick, more affordable. So another downside to this heritage listed buildings is insurance, and I tried to get a quote for a like-to-like, and it was doubtful whether I could get one, and it was just horrendously exorbitant. And the reason why I haven't done 56 Carroll Street is currently a boarding house. So I've been a boarding house landlord for 25 odd years, and most of the tenants in 56, I've had them over a decade, and the longest one is 22 years. So as an investor, you're not meant to emotionally get attached, but I kind of sociably, to those men, attached to them, and that's the reason I haven't kicked them out, and I've left it run down, and I was planning on renovating it. So that's the one that and in all reality, you know, like I personally wouldn't demolish the building, and I don't think anyone in the future would. So there's no risk of that coming down, that building. And then I know some of this stuff's not relevant, but I have to say it. Currently the economy is not good. In the last 4 years, cost of being a landlord has been very hard. Paid around about $500,000 in taxes. So the man sitting here this morning removed interest deductibility on properties, which is horrendous. Many landlords have left the business in New Zealand. And interest rates went up. So yeah, I wasn't clever enough to fix in the twos for 5 years. So that's cost me about $480K. So I've had to put $1 million into my business. So it's been hard. Yeah, like I said, I'm retiring this year, being a bit selfish. Would like to get out of the business, sell down half my portfolio. Yeah, and I would like to retire and go and look at Larnock's Castle. I haven't been there yet. And would like to go to Edinburgh and view the architecture over there and connect to my heritage roots over there. But in saying that, personally, if I went to Edinburgh, I'm not really a city person. I think I'd go and look at the countryside. So I think a lot of people that come to Dunedin appreciate our heritage. It's all good, but I think a lot of people come here for the wildlife and the beautiful scenery that we have. Now, just going back to 56 Carroll Street, in the heritage assessment, it states that under the spiritual assessment, it states that culturally, it does not explicitly demonstrate significant cultural significance. So I thought, oh yeah, right, okay. Under design, the dwelling is of history interests within this criterion. Under technology and scientific, the building does not demonstrate heritage values within this criterion. Under historical summaries, the brick villa was erected in 1904 for James Farquharson. The Farquharson clan were our neighbours to the Tom clan in the Highlands of Scotland. Their clan murdered the clan's chief's two oldest sons and were a part of the demise of the loss of our clan land in Glen Shee. So maybe think it's personal, but I suppose it's fitting that Mark Tom bought a house built for James Farquharson. Please, and now that's just a recommendation for the council. It seems like put these historical properties, and it's a huge financial burden. But I sort of thought, well, I know we're tight just now, but why not waive rates for property owners that hold, historical properties? Worth consideration. And the other thing is, it's just expensive. Like when you go to the council planning and consent, it would be good if an owner of a historical property can get eliminate expensive time, the consuming process of obtaining council approval, modification or subdividing the property. Because in the future, I would like to retain 56 Carroll Street, but unit title, the guy's been working on it for 2 years, but he hasn't done it. So I'm not too sure about the process. Again, I'm being a wee bit selfish, but I could imagine if you don't listen to my recommendations and it becomes historical, I don't want to incur those extra costs of unit titling or subdividing the back land off. It's sitting on a 1/4 acre, and I would be subdividing it sometime in the future. But just a recommendation, just more help from the council and the planners and the builders. Why not subsidise them a wee bit and, to release that burden, that financial burden of holding a historical property. Right, 2224 Clyde Street, a couple of terrace houses. So I call them hot rods. They look old on the outside. It took me 2 years to find the right door to replace the door that was on there. I think we've done a good job. My brother and I own them. He's a builder, and inside's been renovated and very suitable for student tenants. So we spent a lot of money and a lot of time there. Rewired, replumbed, double glazed. The double glazed windows they don't look out of place. We put the million bars across to make them look like the sash windows. So quite proud of them. And regardless whether they go into historical status or not, in real reality, I think we're 160 years young, Dunedin. I think they'll be there in another 160 years. So it's just not worthy to demolish them and redevelop that site. So I just can't see the sense in it. But anyway, and sorry, I have to express my opinion here. I think it's a dirty wee trick that listing 146 buildings. As we know, the RMA is going to change next year, supporting property rights. And it's a joke that we have the right to appeal to a court or a tribunal against the DCC in the proceedings of my experience of courts and tribunals that time-consuming, expensive and stressful. And just one last recommendation, just for the councillors to hear or the planners here. If a building does get demolished, maybe make a demand to put a sign up the front with a bit of history on it and a picture of the old building. I even thinking about volunteering to do that with the old Donald Beasley House at 44 Dundas. So that's about all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tom, and appreciate you taking the time to talk to us about 3 of the recommendations that we have before us in terms of your buildings. Just in terms of that point about the RMA possibly changing, that may well be the case. We're yet to see what shape that's going to take or when it's going to happen. And but we must operate under the law as it stands today, so we can't speculate on what the government might do in the future. I'm sure you appreciate that.
I understand that. Yeah.
All right. Questions?
Good day. Yeah. Any questions, anyone?
No, just only from us.
Okay. Sorry.
I just was looking at your submission, and is that Gaelic at the bottom? Is it I'm going to say it completely wrong. Dardrag Muna Territon Agam. What was that? What did that mean?
That's pretty rough, isn't it?
I'm curious. I was curious because it was part of your submission, and
I don't know off by heart. Oh, your mic goes off every time.
You need to push the button to get your mic.
Every time we speak, we turn you off. You're going to start again.
Yeah.
So press the button. Your logo red.
I'll tell you.
So, Mr. Tom, if you could just press the button of the mic, the bottom of the mic. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. I'm on an order. I did interpretate that. I thought you'd asked me that question. For the wrong form. It basically says, I'm sorry for my appearance.
I just had a question about when you were just talking about 56 Carroll Street, but you were just talking about the doing aluminium inserts, and I just wondered whether we're doing double glazing aluminium inserts in those buildings. Oh, you need to push the button again.
Button again, yeah. Yeah, no, single glaze is about the same cost, so it's just logical to go double glazing. Yeah. And they still look good.
Yeah.
Thanks. Don't even think I was on the council when you did the Dundas Street development, but you're certainly right, it did make the media at the time. My question would be, you made a statement that you're getting ready to retire and divest these properties, and my question would be that while people own a property, they themselves as the owners could in fact be completely aligned with the council's objectives in the heritage plan, but of course when they divest, the new owner will have their own view. So would you sort of give me your thoughts on, while you have come forward as a person who protects and honours heritage, can you guarantee that the person you sell the property to afterwards will? I mean, I guess that's the objective of listing, right? That it outsurvives property ownership.
Yeah, I kind of tried to explain before. I'm being a wee bit selfish. I'm sort of 65 this year, and what I've done with my properties, it's kind of quite evident that I do like old buildings, and I've kind of restored them and make our city look good. And it's just not only that, it's being a student landlord and trying to be the best landlord I can be, and I personally think I've done a good job. But in saying that, I don't think I'll have a chance to retire for a long time yet with the economic conditions and the way the world is. But No, just more of a selfish thing. Just like an example, 22 and 24 Clyde Street. Whether they went into heritage or not, is that going to change in all reality? Like, it's not really a development site, is it?
Ask the other side of that question. Given that the period protection was really going to probably almost entirely concentrate on the facade, and it looks like the only thing that would have been in variance would have been whether the windows were done with wood or whether they were done with aluminium, and then the repairs and maintenance and interior constructions are usually outside that protection. What would the change of operational activity on that building be other than the windows? In your opinion, I'm not actually, I mean, how do you think that will affect you?
Can you repeat that again, that last bit?
Oh, well, the protection will be effectively on the outside of the building, and we can't see the roof, so it's probably almost, for this building, and I'm looking to see if there's a nod over there, almost entirely restricted to what the facade looks like and what it's made of. And in terms of materials, the only thing I'm looking at there that I think would be different would be that when you did the retrofitting and you would have had to do a wooden window.
Okay, in all reality, it's probably the property that doesn't really matter too much if it becomes heritage, really. The only concern is as an investor, it will be like a mum and dad buying for the children, or an investor buying in the future, and it could be an excuse for me, to get a discounted, price on the property. That's a concern. And like I've said, is 56 is the main one that I want removed, because I need to work on it and put a tin roof on it. I don't want to go tiles.
I concede 56 is quite different from these ones. Yeah, and that's the one. Is that the one then that you really want to draw our attention to? Because the ones next to it you've already done a good job on, so they were actually in pretty good nick.
Yeah, pretty well done. Yeah.
Right, Mr. Tom, no further questions from me, but thanks very much for coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Next submitted, John Matheson. So good afternoon and welcome.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to present my submission. My wife Patty and I are actually very supportive of the listing of notable heritage buildings. And while our home has some special character features of design and period technology, we firmly believe it's an overreach to include it, considering what was intended under Section 6F of the Resource Management Act. In fact, in my research, I've noted that the Government Expert Advisory Group report confirms that many councils confuse heritage protection with special feature consideration, and I believe for our home that's exactly what the Dunedin City Council has done. That doesn't look a very good advertisement for a heritage house, I must say, with a skip outside, but that reflects some of the more recent renovations that we've done to our house. We've done extensive renovations to our house, which we've owned since 1982. The house was in very poor shape when we built it in 1982, and our builders advised us that the best thing to do would be to demolish it and rebuild. But we thought we would try and protect the special features of this, and not only have we done a lot of work on the house over those 43 years, but we've also developed a very extensive rhododendron garden on the 3/4 of an acre section. And I have to say that we're very proud of not only our house and the restoration we've done, but also our garden, which has requests to nationally and internationally for rhododendron visits. But my wife and I are now in our mid-70s, and realistically, within the next few years, we'll no longer be able to look after such a large property. If this house is included in the heritage schedule, it's likely to fall in value by 13%, as estimated by the Dunedin City Council Independent Market Report. With the current council valuation of our property, that is a potential loss to us of $286,000. And this excludes continued maintenance and insurance costs. This loss of $286,000 will significantly affect our ability to purchase another suitable property for us to spend the rest of our lives. I note that Section 6F of the RMA is for the protection of inappropriate subdivision, use and development of property. We certainly haven't done this in the 43 years of ownership and stewardship of 58 Grendon Street. And I don't believe that that Act was designed to financially disadvantage owners who have acted responsibly as we have. The Council maintains that the public benefit overrides the increased costs and rights of the owner. I can't find any validation of that. And in fact, your independent report highlights that the Dunedin City Council has not yet properly measured this and has recommended that a full economic assessment be completed. Moreover, it also notes that heritage protection should align with genuine public support and promotes equitable outcomes rather than being imposed top-down. From our point of view, in regard to our home, this has been very much driven from the top. In fact, my wife and I are very critical of the consultation process. We received information of the proposed listing by post without any personal visit or discussion by assessors. If that had occurred, we would have been able to correct some factual errors and invalid interpretations, as well as discuss the implications. We would have also been able to advise on very spurious comparisons of our house with others in our street. We know these houses very well. They don't compare with our house for lots of different reasons that we know better than the assessors, who haven't even visited our house, or we know for a fact there are other properties listed as well. In my profession of medicine, it is normal to meet with patients and families personally to convey significant findings and diagnoses. We then discuss the implications, receive feedback, and plan management together. I wonder how the assessors and you as councillors would feel if you were to receive a letter advising you of a serious diagnosis and proposed management, inviting your written response, and saying if you really find it necessary, you could phone the hospital to discuss this and perhaps arrange an appointment. It's very easy to sit in front of a computer, making important decisions for people without having to front those like us that are significantly affected. And while I believe the DCC has responsibility for regulation and infrastructure, I think it also should be very supportive of its biggest asset, and that's its citizens and ratepayers. If our property had been properly assessed, it would also have been noted that it's on 2 titles and therefore we're able to subdivide it. To subdivide, for access reasons, it will be necessary to demolish the garage. But we constructed that garage as part of a rebuilding program in 1990 and kept it in phase with the house's distinctive features. This garage has been included in a heritage listing. So our inability to future subdivision will mean yet another significant potential loss of value when we do decide to sell or have to sell. So we submit that the garage should be excluded from consideration as it's not part of the original structural envelope. In conclusion, I'd like to say that I'm not confident that my submission today will be very successful. I have the strong impression that this is all very much predetermined. And I guess the best we can hope for is that the garage perhaps may be excluded from listing. But my main reason for attending today is really to explain how this consultative process has been really very badly done from our point of view as a consumer. And I really hope that you take some of the comments I've made to heed, and that in future assessments that there may be a more personal approach from your assessors and from the council. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Matheson. You probably weren't here this morning when I made an opening statement. I just wanted to emphasise to all the participants today that we make our decision, us three, based on the evidence presented, including your evidence. And your evidence carries exactly the same weight as the recommendations that we've received from the officers. So there's no presumption in favour of what the officers are recommending to us. We listen to what's being said and we make our decision accordingly. So I just wanted to reassure you on that account. Questions?
I have just a question about the rear extension, the 1994 edition. That's part of the discussion in the second report, I think it is, the statement of evidence from the staff. And it says we agree with the submitter that the garage is a recent addition and that it can be excluded from the protected parts. And then it also says the 1994 edition can also be excluded as it is at the rear. I didn't hear you bring up the 1994 edition, and I just wonder if you could just tell us a little bit more about that.
From the original documents, the rear extension was excluded. That's part of what we've done before, but the garage was not. Yeah, so that's factual consideration about that. But I think you can understand that the financial implications for us are major. And I hope that we will consider that very carefully, because why should we bear the cost of this heritage program to such an extent, and while we acknowledge our house has special features and character, we don't believe, compared to other properties that's been compared to, that it stands up.
I think your presentation is very clear. If the garage, regardless of whatever decision we make about the status of the house itself, if the garage, if the committee was of mind to list the building, but the garage was removed from the listing, that would effectively allow the back of the property to be developed by a user, someone later. That presumably is your main objection of keeping the garage in place at the moment, right?
Oh, yes. Absolutely, it's the only way that the property could be developed. And in fact, the next door property, which is one of the properties compared to, has been divided up, and we're going to have 3 ugly units built so that they can have a good view of our rhododendron dell right up against our fence. So we're not planning to subdivide.
Well, thank you, Mr. Matheson. Your presentation was very clear, so there's nothing that I wish to clarify with you, but thank you very much for coming in this afternoon.
Thank you.
Emma Peters, on behalf of Campbell Payton. Right, good afternoon and welcome to you. So thank you very much for pre-circulating the written evidence that you have done. Emma Peters, your evidence, and also a document from Bruce Chisholm. So thanks very much for that. We've read that, so you don't need to read that out loud to us, but you're welcome to speak to that and highlight key points. And I see you've tabled another document, so happy for you to lead us through that.
Yes, so I've got that's the document that's been tabled as a statement by the building owner, Mr. Payton, and I might just pass over to him just to read through that. It's also got the copies of the photos that are just flicking through on the slideshow at the moment are in the back of his, attached to the back of his statement.
That's great. All right, Mr. Patton, are you happy just to read that through to us?
Yes, I'm happy.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Campbell Payton and I'm an advanced builder by trade. I have 37 years building experience. I have owned the former church building at 76 Silverton Street since March 2020. I have a long connection with this building. From the age of 12, I attended this church with my family and we were heavily involved with church activities. I had my 21st at this church and 30 years later my son also had his 21st there. My sister was married at the church. I have looked hard at whether I can retain this building. It has substantial weather tightness issues as can be seen in the attached photos. The photos are not an exhaustive catalogue of all the damage, deterioration to the building, but are good examples of the issues the building has. The weather tightness issues started before I owned the building and the building has deteriorated significantly since. I have looked at the costs for replacing the roof and earthquake strengthening. The costs of replacing the roof alone is north of $1 million plus GST, with scaffolding, slate, new spouting and guttering, painting, replacement of timber work. The cost of earthquake strengthening was estimated to be $711 plus GST back in 2015. And I estimate from discussions I've had with experts is now in the order of around 1.5 million plus GST. I've attached a quote for the scaffolding and estimate that scaffolding would need to be erected for at least 12 months. The rental for the scaffolding, including safety checks, will be around 150 plus GST for that period. I think the southern wall will need to be opened and examined, as this wall was originally plastered by the church organisation due to a weather tightness issue and there is water egress. I have not looked at the costs of repairing the external cladding, the replacement of the bricks and the pointing, the windows, including framing, the southern wall, as already the other costs are too high. The toxic mould issue that was caused by a leak or burst water pipe within the building, which was not discovered for some time and caused substantial damage. This damage occurred when the church owned the building. Even if funding could be found to make the building weathertight, deal with the toxic mould issue and earthquake strengthening, further funding would be required to turn the building into a usable space for residential activity. It does sadden me that the building is in such a state of disrepair that I will be demolishing it, especially if it's scheduled. I hope to salvage materials from the building and repurpose those materials on site for new dwellings. I ask the panel to please not schedule the building as a heritage building, as the building is too far gone and the site needs to be used to provide housing in this area. Thank you.
Did you want to just lead us through the attached photographs, or are they self-evident in your view?
Do you want to do that part? Or? I mean, they're pretty self-evident. So you've just got a lot of pointing of the brickwork and deterioration where the bricks are actually crumbling.
Yep.
So I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Yep.
The next page you've got the windows. What's happening is there's rust occurring in the windows, and of course with rust you get expansion, and so it's basically blowing out all the lead-like windows. So you can see it's quite concertinaed. I don't know if you can see it in the photo,
yep.
But it's like, and then the rest is just again deterioration of the brickwork and the plaster work, which some of it's got sandstone underneath. The next photos just show ramps that go to the church, which are rusty and again blowing out where the rust attaches to the building. It's blowing out the bricks from deterioration. And again, you've got the brickwork that's got, as you can see in the photos. And then there's the south wall, which is the wall that's been plastered, and it was plastered years ago due to the fact that there was water egress, and of course over time you start getting water in behind there. You can see some mildew and all that sort of stuff on it. Again, general photos of some of the windows there. If you look closely, you can see that there's bows in the lead light windows. So pretty much most of the windows have got problems with them blowing out the brickwork and pushing the lead light windows and cracking them all. Again, you've got sandstone on the next photo that's deteriorated to a point where it's not even there. And you've got, again, deterioration of the brickwork in the next one. Next one just shows, again, deterioration of brickwork, and there's a vent there where it's rusted and it's blowing out the brickwork again. And the next one's got, again, the sandstone, which is eroded so much that you can just see some of the plasterwork, mortar. And again, we've got some photos again of those windows that are concertining because of the rust. Another examples of that, where they're pushing the glass out again. And same again for the next page. And then general deterioration of some of the, just down the lower story, you've got some rust there with the windows again, same issue happening. And the next page has got, from the interior of the church, is just showing where it's actually expanded so much that it's blowing out the plasterwork and the brickwork inside. And then you've got, in the next photo, there's you've got cracking, where there's an area of slumpage in the building, and also you've got the paintwork coming out from the water egress. And same thing again, you've got cracked windows with the water egress at the side of them. We can see it's been water entering the building. Same thing again. And again, there's been a window boarded up because it's fallen, so much of the glass has fallen out that we've had to board it up. And then there's also a pew there just showing the leaking from the roof. And again, water egress on the walls. And then there's some of the panels that have got the toxic mould a report was done by Pure Services. So it's just showing that. And then right in the very back, you've got just I've got a scaffolding quote there just to get the scaffolding over the roof.
Right.
Scaffolding intent.
Yep.
I suppose in terms of my evidence and the evidence of Mr. Chisholm to my left, if you guys have read it, it might be best if we take questions on it. I mean, essentially, Mr. Chisholm's evidence is that the categorisation of the building is probably poor to failing rather than fair to good, poor. And my evidence is that it probably doesn't meet the requirements for being scheduled for the reasons set out, which is because of that categorisation as poor to failing, and also the fact that there's the right to demolish the building. And I suppose my concern would be that actually scheduling the building would have the perverse outcome of ensuring that the right to demolish is exercised and before it lapses. I think that it's clear from, obviously, Heritage New Zealand and the other two submitters that have submitted in favour of it being scheduled that there's no doubt that this building has been a landmark in Dunedin, but I think it's probably progressed from being a landmark to an eyesore, and that eyesore is only going to get worse over time. And the land upon which it sits is better utilised for a new use, most likely to be residential, and that helps the city meet its obligations under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, particularly given that it's got the land use consent which protects the density, a higher density rate than what can be obtained under the current plan, so that was under the previous plan. I think that's probably enough of a summary from me, and if you've got questions.
No, that's very good. The only questions I had, having read the pre-circulated material, was just to get some indication of the likely costs, but Mr Payton, you've provided that information quite comprehensively, so thank you for that. Any other questions? Jim?
So it's a Heritage 2 building in 2017. It got given and yet even under that level of protection, it's been given permission to be demolished. So I assume that was based on the fact of the condition of the building and the ability to be able to save it now even?
Yes, presumably that would be correct.
So with your proposed development, you've still got the church in there, but is that likely to continue now, or is it just, I guess getting back down to, you've already said that if we were to go ahead and list it, it probably would get demolished immediately, or certainly before the 5 years is up. Is it still the intention, it looks like it's in the plan there, but it sounds like you're almost at the point where you're thinking it's too expensive even if it wasn't listed?
So with that, it was basically, there was a plan change, as you're probably aware of, from the 45 square metre to the 100, and so that was solely, the thing was just solely to lock on the density, so that was the purpose of that. So I started down my track personally to just lock on the density, and so that was the easiest way to do it at that time. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
But your plan's deviating away from that now because of the condition of the building?
Yes, that was just solely to lock on the density, yep.
You sort of indicate that the only outcome, if we were to list it, would be it would get demolished almost straight away.
Demolished within the 5 year, before it lapses.
All right, no further questions or clarification from me. I think the documentation you've provided collectively between the three of you is pretty clear on its face, so thank you very much for that. Thank you. All right, so now we're adjourned until 3:45, where we hear from Mr Aaron Hawkins, Otago Housing Alliance. So resume the hearing. Next submitter on our list is Aaron Hawkins, Otago Housing Alliance. Is Mr. Hawkins here? Nope. All right. We'll just give him a couple more minutes, and if he doesn't arrive, we'll move on to our next submitter. Just while I'm waiting, is Mr. Hepburn here? That's you. And Mr. Kiddy, is it? Good. So just sit patiently for 5 minutes. We'll see if our scheduled submitter turns up, and if not, Mr. Hepburn will hear from you next. Here's a microphone.
Is that microphone's on?
Yep.
And anybody else speaks, your microphone will go off.
Okay.
Right, good afternoon and welcome. Look forward to hearing what you'd like to say to us.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm no expert on these sort of things, sorry, so I don't really know what the process is, but I'm sure you'll guide me through it. Basically, do you want me to just make a case for why I was opposing the inclusion of it?
Yeah, that would be good if you could do that, just in your own words.
Like I say, apologies if I'm not doing the right thing, but so I'm Alistair Hepburn, and that's my current house that I bought about 11 years ago, 10 Claremont Street, which, yeah, I mean, we love that house, and obviously we don't want to see too much done to it, but I just wanted to oppose it being sort of just put on as a heritage listed building for a few reasons. I'm sure you've heard a lot of other people speaking the reasons on why they don't want their houses listed as a heritage building with regards to mostly the financial burden and stress that it puts on the owner, but I'm sure you've heard that a lot today. I don't really want to reiterate all of that, but just a few things that are specific to our property. Mm-hmm. So 10 Claremont Street, this is, I've seen, has been named as the Bowman House or Bowman House. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I've just got the concerns. The first thing I'd like to do is dispute I think you'd call it the cultural significance of the house because of the residents in it prior to ourselves. In particular, there was a lot put down about Mr. and Mrs. Bellman who lived in it for a start or had it built for them. I tried to do a bit of research into this guy and his wife, and I didn't find too much about them apart from he inherited a large dairy company from his parents when they used to live up in somewhere in North Otago, possibly Kurau, I don't know. But yeah, so he inherited a dairy company, and throughout his life he grew that dairy company and pretty much made financial gain for himself and his family on the back of his inheriting a company. I can't find any evidence that he did too much else as a flat-fist around Dunedin. I can't see anything named after him. I can't find his name anywhere apart from running this dairy company and then having a short-lived financial
consultancy company that didn't last too long, something called this, what was it called? Something like the Southern Investment Company or something like that, lasted a couple of years. So I sort of dispute putting that as the major reason for the cultural reason for including it. I mean, the house next door that you can see just behind that nice elm tree there, that was the resident of a guy called Jules Fulton from Fulton and Hogan. You've probably heard of Fulton and Hogan. I couldn't find anyone that heard of the Bowman, but everyone knows Fulton and Hogan. That was a house built for him. He lived in there for many decades, and went on not only to establish Fulton and Hogan, but also was indoctrinated into the New Zealand Business Hall of Fame, something Bowman never has. And I was just wondering why they signalled out Bowman and not Fulton. That was the first thing I wanted to point out. Also, the inclusion of the Mayor of Dunedin is also stated in the second culturally significant aspect of the house. So Peter Chin lived there for about 10 years. If our house is going to be listed on that reason, do all other houses owned by Dunedin mayors, are they also going to be encompassed as well? Like, you know, Suki Turner was a very famous Dunedin mayor. I was wondering if her ex-residences will be heritage listed. Even Aaron Hawkins, who's met here before me, and the current mayor, Jules Radich, do their houses also fall under the heritage category because they live there now? Like I said before, you know, with the financial cost, the maintenance cost, resale value and insurance costs, which I'll have to bear, I'm sure other people have brought that up, and I don't really want to go over that because I'm sure you've heard that ad nauseum. But when I did buy the property 11 years ago, you know, looking through all the legal documentations from the DCC and everything else, I never really found anywhere that said that it could be taken as a heritage house, sort of without really the owner being involved in the process. It just seems to be pretty unilateral. And I found this a bit surprising that I could just have my house that I own nominated for it. I'm sure others feel that way as well. But, you know, if that is written somewhere, so be it. I'm sure the DCC acknowledged the stress and uncertainty that this puts on the private homeowner, having the heritage status, with those increased financial burdens and uncertainty in the future when it comes to possibly resale. I've got a few questions there, but one of them would be, would there be any reimbursements from the council to offset this cost, such as reduced rates or something else? I do know there is a heritage building fund that can be accessed by the homeowner, but with the amount of heritage buildings in Dunedin and the small amount that's in that fund, I don't know if it's really that significant or that helpful. Just want to know if there's any other benefits to the homeowner if they do have a heritage listed home. Just because it makes it less complicated, I would prefer not to have my house listed and would ask it to be removed from the heritage register. But if this is declined, I would like to ask for some concessions with regards to the scope that has been put down for the heritage listing. It was stated that the reasons for listing the house is for the benefit of the wider Dunedin community, because, yeah, it is a beautiful home, and it does, it's nice to look at, and it does give a good feel to the street. And this is mainly because of the appearance of the house, and it's stated on the scope that the entire building envelope of the house would be subject to the heritage listing, meaning that you can't change anything from the entire envelope. And I was just wondering if it would be possible to have that encompassed for what you can visually see from Claremont Street. So what you can see from Claremont Street, I agree, you know, if that doesn't change, that's fine. But there's areas of the house, particularly at the back, the sort of southern facing direction of the house, and some southeastern facing aspects of the house, you can't actually see from Claremont Street at all. Like, they're completely hidden from the public. They've already been significantly developed in the past. I don't know if anyone's actually gone up and seen the house yet, or are you just going on that picture in the drawings?
We'll be doing a site visit tomorrow, and in particular we'll be visiting sites where we've heard from submitters today, and
thank you.
That we'll be hearing from on Thursday.
Yeah, so the front of the house, yes, does look like in the architectural drawings submitted in the proposition. That's what it looks like. At the back, there's been a significant change in development. It's got a large carport at the back, garage and deck, which was built about 15 years ago, which is completely different from the drawings you've got there. The kitchen area as well was changed significantly, I think, in the 1980s. The original lead-lined windows were removed for more modern wooden windows, and a few doors were changed as well. So that southern aspect has already been significantly changed, and I was wondering if that could be excluded from what is deemed the envelope that can't be changed. We don't have any immediate plans to change anything in the external house, but it would be nice in the future if we did have the scope to be able to do something like that, just so that, in particular, the kitchens in that southern facing area, and everyone wants to live in a modern kitchen, and most people do sort of change their kitchen every 20 years or so, and it would be nice to just be able to have a bit of scope to be able to do that. We'd be talking about just the lower floor, not anything above the first floor. So of course it would be in keeping with and sympathetic to the architectural design, but it would just be desirable to be able to make some changes in the future if possible, especially since you can't see it from anywhere on Claremont Street. You can see the houses, you might be able to see that if you've got good eyesight, but the house has got these original lead light windows which look very nice, but they do have some significant sort of impacts living and keeping a sort of healthy home into the future with regards to those windows. If you've ever lived in a house with just 1920s lead light windows, you'll know that they are not particularly draft proof, and any outside temperature just goes straight through lead, as you know, being a very conductive metal. So it's a very cold sort of drafty system, and it would be nice in the future to have some scope to be able to change those with sympathetic window fittings that are possibly double glazed and better insulating, just for a healthier, warmer house, so I can turn down the heating and not having to have it run 9 months of the year, which is what currently you have to do when you live in a house like that with lead-lined windows. In keeping with that as well, we actually had a bit of a storm hit Dunedin about 4 years ago, and one of those entire lead light windows blew out from the second story. Thankfully, no one was underneath it when it happened, because they weigh a tonne. That smashed, and we had to get it replaced. And there's actually, we tried very, very hard to find someone that could reinstate, rebuild, repair, replace those windows, and it's impossible. No one does it anymore. The sort of artisans that used to work with those have all retired, and it's almost impossible to find anyone, or it was impossible to find anyone to make those. So that's another consideration, that it's going to be very, very difficult to maintain, repair and replace windows like that. Again, with the roof, we don't have any plans to change the roof, but it is an original Welsh slate roof, Welsh slate roof. So yeah, once again, that's very difficult to find anyone that is still willing to work with slate. And if you can find someone, they usually got about a 5-year backlog. So when lead slate roofs need to be repaired often, and with a 5-year waiting list waiting for someone to repair it, you've got a leaky house there for 5 years. So currently I've been doing it myself, which is a bit risky when you're about 15 metres in the air, but I've learned a lot about repairing slate roofs, but would prefer, at some stage, it's probably going to be a long way away, but at some stage that roof will need to be replaced, and I just can't see anyone being able to do it with slate. So I would be looking for a little bit of leeway on what roof materials will be used on the roof as well. What else we got? So that's pretty much what I'd like. I mean, it'd be easier for us not to have it heritage listing, but I imagine that that's probably going to be difficult to do. So I would be asking for some, I think, reasonable concessions on what was written down for a start with regards to the scope of the heritage listing. For a start, I think it would be I'd ask to remove the Bauman and Chin references as reason for heritage status, because there's a lot of other houses that have had mayors in them that I'm sure aren't heritage listed, and I think you'll find hundreds of people in Dunedin that were more successful and more well known than Bauman and Dunedin. I would like to alter the restrictions to exclude the heavily modified external envelope on the rear and some of the side eastern facing aspects of the building. These are areas that are not viewable from Claremont Street. So I agree that if you do put on heritage listing, the views from Claremont Street will be a good idea to remain the same. But the ones you can't, especially where the kitchen is, I'd ask to be a bit of leeway there too. And I just want to know if there's any benefits to having your house listed as a heritage home, apart from burden of having to pay a lot more and be financially burdened by insurance costs, repair costs, and also the depreciation in your house when you come to sell it, if you ever do. I love that house, and I don't ever want to see it removed or demolished. I think that would be absolute tragedy if someone was to do that. So I agree. I don't want anyone to subdivide it. So I if you do list it as a heritage building, I agree with a lot of aspects of what will be done and why you're doing it. All my children have grown up there, and we see it as our first family home. And if it was to be demolished to make way for 10 townhouses, I'd be most distressed. But I'd just like to ask for a little bit of leniency for aspects of the house that I don't think impose on the overall appearance of it and its value to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hepburn. That's very clearly put. I'll just see if we have questions for you. Councillor Barker.
Thanks, Mr. Hepburn. I'm just clarifying then. Will our staff, I assume, later in terms of their assessments of houses, right? As opposed to not now, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so we'll be asking those questions later. But you're basically making the point that you may think that Mr. Bauman's original residency and the fact that Peter Chin lived there at one point isn't sufficient threshold to meet the cultural.
That's correct. I don't think it meets the cultural aspects on that. I don't think it meets it on that grounds. I think architecturally, yes, from what you can see. It is a great example of a Basil Hooper building. What's that?
Oh, sorry. Arts and craft.
Oh, it was designed by Basil Hooper. Yeah, it's arts and craft. It's a great house and it looks lovely, and that's what I want to protect. But I think putting in there the cultural references to this, dairy company owner, I think it should be removed. And Peter Chin, good guy, but is it really socially significant that a mayor's lived in your house?
My other question is, to your knowledge, up and down Claremont Street, how much demolition for intensification have you seen?
Not much so far, but I do note that on the opposite side of our house, maybe about 10 houses down, there has been one house that has been demolished and replaced by a significant modern house. So it'll have an odd number. I'd estimate it would be probably 21 or 23 Claremont Street. That's the only one I know that's been demolished and rebuilt.
All right, thanks, Mr. Hepburn. Oh, yeah, sorry.
I was just looking at the statement of evidence from the Heritage Advisors. I don't know if have you read that. It was dated the 17th of April.
I think I did. I think it was their response saying, pretty much.
Oh, I'll just read you the little bit that I just want your feedback on. First of all, there was the view A, that the building meets the criteria, and the second bit was B, the protection required for the building should be amended to read entire external building envelope, excluding the later garage and deck addition around about 2003, including the Claremont Street and boundary wall and entrance gates. Oh, actually, I can't quite understand that myself.
So I think what they're saying there is you can see the fence there, yeah. And there's a gate there that I repaired myself, which was difficult. But so there's a nice gate there that all dates back from 1919, and that retaining wall, the gate above, the fence above. I think that's what they're talking about. So they're talking about the external envelope of the house, all four aspects, and that frontage that you can see onto the footpath there.
Oh, I guess my question was going to say, is it excluding the later garage and deck?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, so so at the back of the house, which you won't have in your pictures, I think you've got the original architectural drawings on your documents. What they don't show there is a very modern looking, it's about a 4-car sort of garage and deck behind the house, which was added by the previous occupants, which is clearly visible from Mahino Street. So this section, it's a kind of an L-shaped section. So you've got the section there with the major structure on it, and then the lawn is part of Mahino Street, which is on a separate title. So the access to the house is from Mahino Street on a separate title. And if you see the house from Mahino Street, all you can see is this modern garage. Now that garage includes almost 3/4 of the southern aspect of the house, and also a bit of the eastern sort of aspect as well. So that's already been significantly modified. It is the lower ground floor and nothing above the ground floor, which, you know, I would not be seeking to do anything to the second floor, because it's, you know, it's beautiful. I don't want to do that. It's just the kitchen is down there on that southern face, and, you know, everyone likes to modernise a kitchen. Yep. And I was just wondering if, because it's already been heavily modified once in the 70s and again in 2003, whether or not those aspects that can't be seen from the street could be doing. And I'm glad you took a picture when I mowed the lawn too. That's good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hepburn. Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for coming in and presenting to us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, just check if our first submitter has arrived. Aaron Hawkins, is that? No Aaron Hawkins here. Okay, David Kitty. That's the one.
Good afternoon. I am David Kitty. First of all, I need to declare a kind of an interest in that I am a trustee of the Cargill's Castle Trust, and we have had significant financial support from the Council's Heritage Fund, and it's been very important to us. I am a former chair of a couple of regional committees of the Old Historic Places Trust, and I've had a lifelong interest in built heritage. I also had 5 years on the board of the Historic Places Trust until it was dissolved and became Heritage New Zealand, and I am, through that, I'm very familiar with the rigours of listing buildings for heritage inclusion. I'm sure you've heard all this already, but listing's not just for pretty buildings. There are lots of other reasons for listing a heritage building: architectural, social, association with famous people, not necessarily mayors. Like Cargill was a mayor for a while, and aesthetic and landscaping as well. Over the summer, I work part-time for Monarch Wildlife Cruises and Tours, and I take people on tours of Larnac Castle. And I talk a lot to people, visitors to Dunedin, about heritage, and the response I get many times is, I had no idea that Dunedin had so many heritage buildings. And I believe that this is something we should be pushing more. We push Dunedin as the wildlife capital of New Zealand. We should be doing it as a heritage capital as well. Oamaru's well down on that track, and I think we could probably take some lessons from them. The point made by the previous submitter about his house, I can agree with totally. I have a business background myself. I have just recently retired from a 3-year term on the board of Business South, so I can sympathise with people and the issue of property rights. My suggestion would be that, just taking the last submitter's house as an example, that the heritage value of that house all comes from the street. And it doesn't matter at all what happens at the back of that. I live in a typical old Dunedin villa built in the 1890s. We have reinstated the view of that from the street. There, behind that, it's quite different. It's been extended at the other end. And that is the way, in my view, to retain heritage, is to allow people to make reasonable changes to their buildings, not to impose a just full stop, nothing within these walls or within the curtilage, but to to maintain the heritage value where it is mostly aesthetic. I've been through the 100 and whatever buildings here, not in detail, but just looking at the pictures that have been incorporated there from the street. It seems to me that they're all pretty much sensible additions viewed from the street. And that's all we need, really. It doesn't matter what goes on behind. And we have the opportunity to, as I said before, to make a lot more of Dunedin's built heritage, whether it's residential or commercial, and it's all viewed from the street. So I think that, yes, list these buildings, but have a bit more leniency on what goes on behind. I see some heads nodding. Right. That you've probably heard all that several times already, but that's the basis of my submission, and I'd like to see it, Dunedin becoming a more attractive place, not just for the visitors, but also it helps to attract people whom we may wish to come and live here, people, highly skilled workers who are looking for a nice place to live. Claremont Avenue would be one of them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kitty. That's a very insightful and practical submission that you've made to us, so thank you for that. I'll just see if we have questions for you.
Just clarifying that point about the front, and it often does come up. So are you basically saying that which is visible from public places would be the most valuable component of a heritage protection?
Yes, definitely. And in most cases, that's really the only thing that would be of interest to others. If you're driving down a nice street, that's all you see. And that's what makes it attractive. You don't know what's behind those facades, and it doesn't matter.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks very much for coming in. So that brings us to the end of today's proceedings, and we're adjourned now until 9 o'clock on Thursday morning.